Hey, own me, hey, prosper with me, hey, hey. Don't text me, of course. Bitches looking at a nigga like a full course. She just want the fashion and Christian Dior. Ay, watch her get swerved like the wheels on the Porsche. Ay, on pay, yeah, of course. I move like a gangster, main man, of course. She don't want a lame nigga, broke nigga, course. She been on a grind and she staying on course. Yeah, of course. She don't want a lame nigga, broke nigga, course. She just want the fashion and Christian Dior. Watch her get swerved like the wheels on the push. Now believe me, see the way I style, I make this look easy. I've been all up in Miami, it's tree shit. Busting down lobster, she just wanna feed me. Oh, I'm fresh, of course. Learn that from the best, of course. Been the vet, of course. We don't speak on that, of course. Niggas booming out, them pockets getting fat, of course. Teach you how to ball, I should probably make a course. Bad little thing, she been in my face, of course. Killer pussy, you gon' see me on police reports. Play like Michael Port, I don't even play a sport. Fit the gas the floor, hand the God, he got the boy. See me shining, ain't it? I been on your mind, I know it. Hit the night before, mad cause she can't find the boy. Show my ass before I show niggas my hand, you know it. I'm a walking poem, deep up in your mind, after your thighs, yeah, I get into it. 5-star dream, she just hoping that I give it to her. Probably in that spleen, before I really put my heart into it. She thinking I'm hooked, I'm more the captain. You right hand, don't make me cut off that one, yeah. Hey, don't text me, of course. Bitches looking at a nigga like a full course. She just want the fashion and Christian Dior. Watch her get swerved like the wheels on the Porsche. Hey, on pay, yeah, of course. I move like a gangster, main man, of course. She don't want a lame nigga, broke nigga, course. She been on a grind and she staying on course. Yeah, of course. She don't want a lame nigga, broke nigga, course. She just want the fashion and Christian Dior. Watch her get swerved like the wheels on her. Hey, little mama don't text me, say I'm Hollywood since I hopped on the jet ski. Hey, not a square can't check me. I be out here wildin', probably. Hey, she get a little spicy, probably say it to your face. She wanna entice me, I ain't going anyway. I get in that pussy, I ain't leaving not a trace. Tried to catch a nigga slipping in 4K. Apologize, I would probably never anyway. I'm prophesized like the morning sun, look how I raise. Top 5, am I really cocky when I say on Fox 5? If you wanna see just how I play, dope boy, of course, everything you heard, of course. Bet your mama told you not to fuck with me, of course. So unique, I'm what you need, it's only on me, of course. Keep that fire under my seat, I'm trying to change the course. Of course, believe me, this shit too easy, of course. Phone ringing, I just gotta give her feed, yeah, of course. She gon' hold it down for a real nigga, of course. If we had to start again, she choose the repeat, of course.
Of course. As I said, if you came in yesterday, you already know what that is, guys. Vibes and Highs just dropped yesterday by yours truly. Me and the gang, I put out some songs, everything I wrote, but I collaborated with the guys because I wanted to put the team on. You know what I'm saying? Um, I put a collection of songs together that, like I said, either I wrote or me and the guys put together and wrote. And yeah, I just like dropping some classics. So this is just a little throwaway tape for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Something to vibe to, cause y'all need something to vibe to. You always need something to vibe to. It's summertime. It's time for those summer vibes. So we're gonna have a little quick listening party in this bitch because we had some technical difficulties yesterday. Okay, but I was jamming. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I was jamming. Okay, but we all gonna get down here today. All right, we all gonna get down in here today. All right. That was the intro track, of course. If you fucking with that track, go ahead and hit me with a like, hit me with a like, hit me with a like, hit me with a repost, hit me with a hit me in the comment section. Tell me if you fucking with it. Okay, we're gonna run through this little 8-track mixtape real quick. As I said, by yours truly. This is What If me and Fly High Drew. Y'all check my boy Fly High Drew out. Shout out to him. But we got to get it in.
Hey, yeah, if I tell you that I smoke too much, if I tell you I don't sleep enough, if I tell you these days I don't love, hey, what you gon' say? Yeah, if I tell you I got hoes on the regular, if I'm honest, can I still hit your cellular? I ain't chatting just because I'm in your area, no way. Yeah, can I fall through just to kick it with you? You be laying ground rules like you was a pitcher. If I battered your little heart, I was just fucking with you. Every girl I've been with going through some shit. It's like mind over matter, crushing on them till I hit. If I still feel something for you, then I guess it was legit. I guess I don't need a bitch, cause always want this. I'm going like the wind, blowing with me, make you fall. I ain't tripping, I'm just dipping, but I still pick up your call. It's the days like when your mom will whip up dinner while we spark. You the reason while I'm healing, I'm the reason we apart. Guess we both played a part, but I do too much. Why we can't see eye to eye, because I want too much. You should wanna match my fly with that grind through lunch. It's been long since I scooped you up, flew you up like a star in the night sky. You shine for a lifetime, but if you ain't gassed up, it's like I lose another lifeline. Mario in the game, I still come through and fix your pipeline. Do I love you or your room? Cause the view of the skyline. Yeah. And if I tell you that I think too much, and if I tell you that I think on us, if I tell you I ain't changed that much, hey, what you gonna say? Yeah. If I tell you I got hoes on the regular, if I'm honest, can I still hit your cellular? I ain't chatting just because I'm in your area.
Yeah. And if I tell you that I lead too much, if I tell you that I need too much, every second daydreaming safe havens when I think on us, say what you can't say. Hey, and if I tell you I got hoes on a regular, if my mind is can I still hit your cellular? I ain't chatting cause a nigga in your area. But we know we gon' go and do whatever you say. 4 in the morning, you tryna forget your mistakes. Sipping on some Douce, tripping off a nigga that ain't even got your shit safe. Tears on your face while you were here in the first place. Packing up on your suitcase, cutting off all your loose ends. Nowadays we chatting and you acting hella new and I ain't really mad, at least you rid of all that new sense. Reminiscing back in the day, we dumb and pure. Backwoods, backseat crave, juicy couture. Asking for some love that a nigga couldn't afford. Till I'm dropping LPs about you walking at that door and niggas come to me when it comes to breaking the door in. Bitches come to me when a nigga crescendo in. While I'm overseas, they seeing me as a gold. I'm hoping that you will notice what's up.
They not hearing that. They not hearing that one. They not hearing that one. Come on. That's what if. That's what if. Okay, that's what if. By your boy, Dope Boy Diesel, yours truly. Shout out my boy Fly High Drew. This is Vibes and Highs, a tape I just dropped yesterday. We're gonna go ahead and make sure we got that in the comments for you guys. Actually, let me just go ahead and make sure I got that posted up for you. But this is Vibes and Highs, ladies and gentlemen. Vibes and Highs. You can find this on all platforms. It doesn't just have to be on YouTube. I'm just playing it here on YouTube because it's the easiest way to play it for you guys. But this is Vibes and Highs, okay? Go ahead and spin this. Find your favorite track on the tape, and come back and tell me what you fucking with. All right, let's get to the next one.
Home is where you're.
You know, YouTube be having it won't let me play it on my premium channel. I would like to play this on my premium channel, at least this, but it ain't letting me do it. Okay. Yeah, shout out Lola Moon.
I'm amazed, something about your face. It's like you cast a spell on me and I cannot erase it. Can we change the pace? I just need to say it. To act like we're okay, we being friends is crazy. Can I pull you to the side? Can you come go for a ride? I wanna take my time, face to face is what I like. I think you're something special, if it's worth it you can slide. Just know I don't wait in line, hope you don't trip on my pride. Don't knock yourself, I think you're cute, I like it when you shy. You just my kind of speed, little baby, oh you mind tight. We both ain't into parties, I'd rather go fly a kite. Turn something on, dim the lights, play it thinking you might. I'm just saying, only you the woman in my dreams, oh yeah. What I need, like you are my missing piece, oh yeah. It's a vibe in between, it's like a beat, oh yeah. How you like when we in between the sheets, oh yeah. I'm a beast, even make you scream, yeah. Take a seat, I'll take you out to eat, yeah. When you need, just call me when you need, I'm there. You and me, for me to you, I'm truly saying. Out the way you style, just cause you know I'ma see you. Wouldn't mind minute of a morning waking next to you. You got that thing that I crave, it's like I swallow lying with you. And yes, I stay real hungry, babe, for the world I'ma give you. And make me cry crazy when you say my name. I get goosebumps, it's like poetry in every word you say. Your lips give me flashbacks when I make contact. I see a better picture in my view, you always saw that. Pop up when I'm lonely, it's magic when you arrive. I can't lie, I always like when you take me by surprise. I show you something different, I'll listen, no need to fight. We can go a couple rounds if you with it all night. You a queen, you the woman in my dreams, oh yeah. What I need, like you are my missing piece, oh yeah. It's a vibe in between us like a beat, oh yeah. How you like when we in between the sheets, oh yeah. I'm a beast, he can make you scream, yeah. Take a seat, I'll take you out to eat, yeah. When you need, just call me when you need, yeah. You and me for me, you won't truly say.
We fucking with that? Are we fucking with that? Shorty is not playing with y'all. Lola Moons. Blessings, blessings, blessings to that girl, Lola Moons.
What you want?
That was Lola Moons. That was Hinata. That was one of my personal favorites. Now, if you're wondering how that track came to be, this is a track that I actually already wrote and performed and put out already, but I named it Part 2 because, as I said, I wrote the track out yesterday. As I said yesterday, I wrote the track out. We restructured the beat. We restructured a couple of things, and I brought her in just because I can vocalize. You know what I'm saying? I know how to vocalize a little bit. I wouldn't call myself a singer. You know what I'm saying? I know how to, kill the melody. You feel me? But she's just such an amazing person, first and foremost, and such an amazing singer. So shout out to Lola Moons again. All right, y'all give her a round of applause. Okay.
Wanna do is just me.
Now, shout out to my girl Princess Ariel, the Haze. You know what I'm saying? Ariel the Haze. She don't play. You feel me? I like how she played into the. You feel me? She really rocks with the team. But this is another one that I also wrote and put out already. But Ariel, she came in and she really fucked this one up. Again, we came in, restructured the beat. You feel me? Redid the entire song, and it's damn near a whole different product right now. Okay, so this is Cozy once more. This is a cover of my song Cozy, but we redid it. I got a better singer on it, and it's hitting even harder. Okay, let's get into it. Let's run that back.
What you wanna do is just me and you.
They trying to block my shine? The fuck?
Geico has a 97%.
Bitch, shut up. The fuck is you talking about, Geico, nigga? Over here trying to block my shine.
Wanna do is just me and you.
Come on.
We can take it late night to the pool.
Disrespect won't be tolerated.
We can get cozy, show you something nice. You know your girl ain't posing. No challenge, no mannequin. Ooh, looking out for you, nah, nah. Sip from you like you fine wine. It's only better with the time. Roll up and light it, and let's make this more exciting. Like, look at you, all your favorite songs tell you you're beautiful. My spirit child, you show me something new I didn't see in you. I settled down just to chill with you. So what you wanna do? To take a while, end up on the moon, to reach new heights with you. Everything bathed in sunlight is yours. You got a gift for opening doors up, babe. My mission is making sure that we soar. Get cozy beside me, enjoy the tour, babe. Ooh, looking out for you, nah, nah. Sip from you like you fine wine. It's only better with the time. Roll up and light it.
Y'all tap into this. Hit us with a like. Hit it with a like, man. Hit this shit with a like. This shit is hitting right. She's killing this shit right now.
It's all just for us two. everything you like to get you what I'm getting money too. We don't have to drive, hop on a jet, I just need one of you. But I would mother bring a twin, yeah, I can mess with you. Normally girls hear that and they trip, so what is it about you? Cause I'm not no ordinary noggin, I can show it too. No, I ain't the one to go and brag unless you ask me to. Talk better when I'm talking about racks. Ooh, ooh, looking out for you, nah. Looking out for you, nah. Ooh, ooh, looking out for you, nah. Only wanna hold my eyes. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yes, sir. Let that beat ride. Let that beat ride. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. The pen is undefeated. The features is undefeated. The verses is undefeated. Like, what y'all want from me? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Tap in, tap in, tap in. Tap in, tap into the tape. Tap into the tape. Come on. It's the single coming up. Let's get it. On one. Me and Drew. Me and Drew again. We coming back to hit y'all with some vibes. You know what I'm saying? Time to turn it up a bit. Let's get it.
Yeah. Bitch.
See, they try to block my shot. Let's run it back.
Yeah. Bitch, I'm on one. I got a lump sum. She get me numb some. Shawty thick, she a hottie, she a bad one. Pull up on me, she gon' fuck me, give me noggin. I gon' smoke it up until I see mirages.
Bitch, I'm on 10. Bitch, I'm on 10.
Bitch, I'm on 10. If you got a problem, pull up with the mob. It's nonchalance, we get at no options. It's 30 like my rider. That be my shot. We take no caution. I might spin a body, I might leave a nigga nauseous.
Hey, staying cautious amongst the drama. She got all that attitude from her mama. I'ma hit it if she got a man, ain't got no honor. She know I'm as savage as it gets, and she my karma. We on floor seats. She like come and floss me. Shit, we gon' see. She gon' pop it for a real. Oh, excuse me. She like diamonds on the link, so them hoes see.
Bitch, I got the trap jumping like trampoline. Lie hoes on sun, spitting codeine. Bring another round, shot, shorty, she all on me. And I'ma take it down, spark sun, she ain't gon' leave, she wanna drown. Chop, wait, ay, up, jump,
Hey, bitch, I'm on the way. I can't fuck with lil' mommy, she know my lil' bae. I got bitches pull up on me from behind the way. Ballin' like a, what you don't say. Bitches tryna be you, but they be posing. Like the keeper on my arm, like a rollie. What her nose say? She be fucking like she tryna get some bills paid. She my bad little thing, she my little babe. Grab her ass when she walk, she gon' keep shaking. Shake.
Bitch, I got the trap jumping like trampoline. Lie hoes on sun, spitting codeine. Bring another round, shot, shorty, she all on me. And I'ma take it down, spark sun, she ain't gon' leave, she wanna drown. Chop, wait, ay, up, jump, ay.
Yes, sir. That's on one. That's on one. Me and Drew. That's the single for the tape. Okay, y'all go ahead. Definitely show that one some love. We're gonna spin the whole joint right now. But definitely show this one some love. Okay, it's the single. All right, let's get it. This is the morning light interlude. This is another one I wrote. You feel me? Also performed, but we remixed it once again. You feel me? Lola Moons came back on this one and fucked it up. Let's get it.
I wanna feel my shorty.
Different
I can't be
vibes.
tripping on no average.
Different
girl.
vibes. We switched it
I feel
up.
the wind between my hair, I'm falling. I feel the world because it's you, I'm floating.
Yeah, we got different
Maybe
pockets.
I can cause some
Versatility.
time. I've been on the road. My life been moving without you, but I get the usher up on those thighs. Got you as I close my eyes until the morning.
Yeah, that fuck with it.
I
Come
act a
on.
fool when you calling out. I know
Hit us with a
you
light.
don't hate me, you just acting up. I lose.
Get in or
Every
you're
time
blunt.
I let my bad habits out on you. But sometimes I be wishing no one's you could listen to. You got my line anytime while you crying, give you pieces of mind. I just need some for mine. Take it to a place where it's just you and I can learn to love you better. If this ain't the real, don't wanna feel it, baby. I can't be tripping on no average boy. I feel the wind between my hair, I'm falling. I feel the world because it's you, I'm floating. I know.
Y'all ready? Let's get it.
If this ain't the real, don't wanna feel it, baby. I can't be tripping, I'm no average boy. I feel the wind between my hair, I'm falling. I feel the world because it's you, I'm floating. I know.
We got vibes for everybody. Vibes for everybody. Y'all ready to switch the vibe again? Y'all ready to switch the vibe again? Let's get it. Let's switch the vibe again. One more time. We coming back. This is Love It.
When me give it to you smooth, girl, me know you love it. Ain't no pussy good, girl, me know you love it. When me touch upon you, fire to your body. What you need, I can reach, girl. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh mine, oh mine. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh mine, oh mine. Yeah, I'm in that thing in the swamp. She a star up in my eyes. I love when she perform. I played all my cards right now. I declare war. Couple battles had that pussy somewhere in the mall. Play the Lord, give me strength. The way she throw it back, I need a drink. Take 5, push that kitty to the brink, and then she let me slide like roller rings. I'm the king of vibe. I'ma beat it till the mama wanna sing. Mine, oh mine, I need thee. Play fight, caress me. Feeling those vibes so sexy. Only look best when you're next to me. Top girl, you a cut above the league. She like to play in tease, but not with me. Let her confidence don't question me. I know all the ways to make you scream. Like your body, I can put you right to sleep. I'm an expert, a killer, she heard about me. Put your legs on my shoulder like rescue team. When I get up inside you, I
Girl, wine pon the thing, wine pon the thing, wine pon the thing. Girl, wine pon the thing, wine up your body, show what you bring. Wine pon the thing, girl, wine pon
when
the
they
thing.
give it to you smooth, girl, me know you love it. Ain't no pussy good, girl, me know you love it. When they touch upon you, fire to your body. What you need, I can reach, girl. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh mine, oh mine. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh mine, oh mine.
Yeah, you almost got a Diddy bop to this one.
When you sit upon this,
You almost got a
you know how
Diddy
to
bop.
be a bitch, you know how to do tricks. You a bad case, no, you a bad thing. Only rich man, none come your way. She not no racist, only love blue faces. Pussy on the plate, me, I have to say graces. No problems in the blunt, offer me just to face it. When keeping up with you, can't get complacent. I'm trying to soak in your body tonight, we getting real rowdy. Like who's business, they listen, but we ain't telling nobody. They stop and stare at your body, they want control cause you naughty. I have to backstroke cause I thought I wasn't surviving. They needed wakes, if you lose me, come find me, don't let me waste. I'm a loose leaf, just write me up, burn away. She said my type, they only a come and play. I know how to live shameless.
ready to ride this one out? Y'all ready to ride this next one out? I hope y'all still rocking with me. This is Vibes and Highs. If you're on X, it's in the comment section, okay? It's right there in the comment section if you're on X, okay? This is my tape that just dropped yesterday. I want y'all to go ahead and share that everywhere, and like whatever track you like. Go ahead and save that for me. Go ahead and save that so that you can come back and tell us what your favorite track is. But this is my tape that just dropped yesterday. It's me and the guys is okay. We're gonna ride this next one out. This is me, my boy Ohio, and once again Fly High Drew, okay? This is the guys. This is a Prosperity 3, you know what I'm saying? This is the big 3, okay? These are the boys I started this shit with, who we started this journey with, you know what I'm saying? This rapping shit with. It's the first niggas I ever started making music with, you know what I'm saying? Shout out Drew, my engineer, you know what I'm saying? Shout out Ohio, one of the best niggas on the mic, you feel me? And yeah, shout out Doughboy Diesel, cause I like putting shit like this together, because sometimes if I don't, these niggas never will. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta drop. But this is the outro. This is the outro. This is Take Flight. Okay? Y'all go ahead. Make sure you got one rolled up. You see we already rolling up in the Doja room. So go ahead. Check this one out. This is Take Flight. Alright? Let's get it.
Yeah, this me every day. 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 Late night, you tryna be my bae, right? I can't afford expensive wines or all the trips to Dubai, but I can get you highest kites, and yes, that's edible. You sexual. I'm better not heat you up with just a text or two. I'm telling you, I'm hitting them spots like grease stains. Open legs wide, I'm feasting. I woke up high, can't leave me sober. She like the contact we made, and if I ever fall, I bet I get a dozen more. Right after I wake up in hotels, bitches pass out on the floor. No lie, can never tell your motives. Don't trip, can never be too much for me. Calm down and just respect this Doja. I'm high and don't want to hear you
Late night,
sleep.
what ain't the sleeping calling? Take flight, I'm tryna be with the stars tonight. No light, I feel the darkness falling. You right, I got lost inside the sky. I can't understand your motive. I drink until I can't feel the pain. I smoke until I think I'm floating. I'm woke, but I still can't seem to wake. Why ain't the sleeping calling? I'm trying to be with the stars tonight. I feel the darkness falling. I got lost inside the sky. Understand your motive until I can't feel the pain. Until I think I'm floating, but I still can't seem to wait. Same way, same way, same way.
Yeah. And I could drown and sleep, but I ain't tired. I ain't tired. You taking down from here. I get it right, oh, get it right. I fly away before I get my sleep. Yeah, I did my deed, I said my piece. Yeah, dealing with demons I got crawling in the sea. Came around some angels, now they crossing me. Yeah, you like rolling loud, I'm with rolling with. Say I follow the truth and now it's stalking me. All in the booth, I let it loose and so now they all can see.
Say I'm so faded, keep me on repeat. I've been so jaded, I need to find a way so I release all of this anger. I wind up taking it all out on me. Call up your number, thought I discovered a new route to peace. You in a slumber, can't fuck with bitches that ain't woke like me. I'm going under, I need to take a flight away.
Why ain't the sleeping calling? I'm trying to be with the stars tonight. I feel the darkness falling. I got lost inside the sky. Understand your motive until I can't feel the pain. Until I think I'm floating, but I still can't seem to wait. Late night, why ain't the sleeping calling? Take flight, I'm trying to be with the stars tonight. No light, I feel the darkness falling.
Yeah.
I got lost
This, as I said, is Vibes and Highs. I appreciate y'all. If you have sat here through all of this, then you've heard the whole tape. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, once again, if you're on X, you can see it right here in the comment of the lives, okay? Go ahead and check that out. It's on all platforms. Me and the guys just dropping a couple of tunes, just a couple of vibes. I felt like I just wanted to give niggas a little vibe for just about anything they doing this summer. You feel me? Anything that you might find yourself doing, whether it's loving, whether it's, you know what I'm saying, cuffing, whether it's, you know what I'm saying, partying, just, you know what I'm saying, flinging. You feel me? You just getting by, you doing your thing. Yeah, it's just a mixtape for people who really just want to vibe this summer. You feel me? They really just want to vibe. They really just want to get in their feelings. They really just want to get in their you know, their aura. You know what I'm saying? They really want to get into it this summer. So if you like turning up, if you like, you know what I'm saying, singing to that person that you know you love, you feel me, singing to that person you know you want, go ahead and tap into this shit. You feel me? As I said, it's Vibes and Highs. Your boy Dope Boy Diesel on all platforms. And yeah, we pretty much just spun the whole joint for y'all, okay? So appreciate y'all for stopping in and watching that first and foremost, okay? And listening to that. Okay. That's just a little collection of songs that, like I said, some I wrote and just, you know what I'm saying, gave to one of the homies, and most of everything you heard, we on there, you know what I'm saying, we on there spitting. So I hope y'all get a little bit comfortable with that, and we are going to be adding those to the playlist as well. So if you want to get your songs also added to the playlist of the official playlist of the Doja Room, then go ahead and tap in with me, and I can get your songs on the playlist too, so we all can eat. You feel me? We all can eat. It ain't just one person eating. I don't want y'all to just come here and just, you feel me? I want us all to eat, okay? So go ahead and tap in with me if you make music, if you want to see some songs on there, if you just like music that much that you want to hear a particular song on the playlist, let me know and I'll put it on there for you, okay? So I hope everybody's gathered in. Let me just do one more quick sound check, okay? I hope everybody's nice and gathered in the Doja Room. To all my stoners, hippies, and hip hop enthusiasts, I'm your boy Dope Boy Diesel. I hope you stepped into the Doja Room real nice. You lit yourself a blunt. You enjoyed the music as you came in. But now it is time to get down to the nitty gritty, okay? We have to continue from yesterday because once again, it's very important that we push this message and show who exactly is running and pulling running these schemes and pulling the strings behind the scenes. You feel me? And holding all the power and making all the moves that we're scratching our head and we question. It's important that we expose these people. It's important that we show exactly who they are. So, as we continue from yesterday, okay, Desiree Perez, now we remember, if you remember tapping in from yesterday, Desiree Perez, basically committed the Baker Act or activated the Baker Act, however you say the term. But she basically had her daughter institutionalized and committed it to a mental health facility for, I believe, 2 to 3 weeks. And this woman couldn't go anywhere. This woman couldn't do anything about it. And, you know, I said 72 hours, but it was way more than that. It was way more than that. You know, she was in there, not able to see her husband, most likely, not able to, you know, really communicate, go anywhere. I'm sure she probably has a job. But we're going to get into some of the actual lawsuit. Now, I want to play this video again first. And then I want to get into the actual documents that I found. And I want to break that down because we have to keep on pushing to as many people as possible and showing who exactly Roc Nation is. We need to show them that this is deeper than rap. This is deeper than rap, okay? We need to show them that this stuff can really affect your life in ways unimaginable that people just laugh at. They think these things are conspiracy theories. They think these things are jokes. They take all of this stuff for a joke, but this stuff isn't to be taken for a joke, as we're going to review here, okay? So let's start off with some of this. Desiree Perez and Demore Handley, okay, is her daughter. Let's start off with this video once again and run through this. I want you guys to hear exactly what this woman does to her daughter, okay? And then we're going to get into the lawsuit and exactly what that says, okay? Let's just get past the commercial real quick.
Legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother and others who should have protected her failed her.
NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri has her story.
So legally, I can't go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being Baker acted.
Body camera video shows the moments Broward deputies encouraged Demore Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she says she didn't know.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're gonna be.
Mind you, they lured her here by claiming to be somebody who, you know, wanted to work with her company, wanted to employ her company. Okay, and they lured her to this parking lot and basically, you know, locked her up and told her, "You coming with us? You know, you've been Baker acted."
Being handcuffed, the dog's not going to be able to come?
No, I don't want to be handcuffed.
Okay.
Demore says they took her to a hospital for a mental health
Said her
evaluation
dog can't
after
come?
this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to herself.
What he told me was, we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before.
A doctor she says she'd never met before. And according to Demore, it's her own mother who's behind it. In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Demore falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Roc Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and influence to tear apart Demore and her husband, Javon Hadley, and created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Demore filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Demore's husband, Javon, citing evidence Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of suicide and abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing DeMore in the lawsuit, which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence, charges prosecutors did not pursue.
The state attorney's office wrote a 11-page scathing closeout memoranda, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police.
In this closeout memo, a prosecutor with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office cites DeMore's lack of cooperation and raises concerns about some of the evidence and how it was obtained. The prosecutor also wrote DeMore was wrongfully Baker Acted last year, something her mother's attorney disputes in this letter, challenging many of the memo's other conclusions.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
DeMore's lawsuit alleges her mother conspired with prominent psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, seen here in body camera video, and others to have DeMore committed for a mental health evaluation. Bober cites supporting evidence from her family and diagnosed DeMore with an unspecified psychosis. He ordered she be taken to Memorial Regional Hospital, where he is chief of psychiatry, and where results from drug tests taken upon admission were negative, according to records DeMore shared with us.
They told me your tox screens came out negative, and I go, I know. I don't do drugs.
In a statement, Dr. Bober's attorney said DeMore was placed under the Baker Act for 38 hours due to the potential risk of imminent harm she posed to herself, adding failing to take appropriate action would have been a breach of Dr. Bober's ethical and professional obligations. While DeMore was at Memorial, her mother further petitioned to have her transported to a different facility under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming again in court records that DeMore suffered from severe drug abuse. A judge granted that petition.
They ran the test. They knew that she had no drugs in her system.
Her mother even had her moved around, moved to a different facility. Wherever, but just moving you around wherever you want. Hey, take her over there. Take her over there. Take her over here. Just moving her around wherever the fuck she want.
And she was not abusing drugs. And the fact that you can't do anything about it is scary.
DeMore was sent to this treatment center in Deerfield Beach, where Dr. Bober serves as medical director.
Where are the people that are supposed to protect me from this happening?
According to her lawsuit, DeMore requested a hair follicle test at that facility called Life Skills, which detects drug use for at least the past 3 months, and which showed no drugs had been in DeMore. DeMore was held at Life Skills until April 8th. She shared discharge paperwork that lists a diagnosis of persistent depressive disorder, which she disputes. No medication was prescribed. Court records show DeMore was able to leave that day after her mother voluntarily dismissed the case. But DeMore says the damage has been done, and she feels a system designed to keep people safe failed to protect her.
Money, influence, and power should not be something that's used, right, or abused to hurt innocent people.
Perez has filed a motion to dismiss DeMore's complaint, asserting that the Baker Act and other legal proceedings she has undertaken were rooted in legitimate concern for her daughter's safety.
The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office tells us they stand by their memo. Memorial Healthcare says they can't speak about DeMore's case because of the pending lawsuit. We also contacted Life Skills South Florida and have not yet heard back. BSO told us the incident involving DeMore.
So yeah, that's pretty much us running through that video again, because again, I just want you guys to see exactly, what she did with her daughter. Now, if we get into this lawsuit, okay, this is the case of Hadley versus Perez. And when you look, she is suing a shit ton of people, first and foremost. But we're going to read through this extensively because it's just important when it comes down to cases like Tory Lanez, when it comes down to cases like DDG, shit, probably even Kanye. I mean, where does it start and where does it end? We don't even know, okay? We don't even know. Like I said, if she's willing to do this to her own daughter, what does that mean? What does that mean for everybody else? What does that mean for someone she doesn't like? What does that mean for somebody that she sees like as an op? Okay, so you got the plaintiff, DeMore Hadley. She was a citizen of the state of Florida, a resident of Miami-Dade County, Florida, which is in the Southern District of Florida. Okay, and then you have the defendant, Desiree Perez, formerly known as Desiree Rosa Gonzalez, Desiree Reynoso, and Desiree Lopez, a bunch of different names. She was a citizen of the state of New Jersey. She probably sitting up there in Fort Lee somewhere. You got the defendant is also, she's suing Rock Nation. It was a New York NY company, a corporation engaged in commercial activity through the United States. Defendant Desiree Perez is its chief executive officer. Okay, the CEO. All right. Then you have her suing Iconic Creative LLC. All right, in Florida. Then you have her suing Daniel Bobber. He was a citizen of the state of Florida and chief medical officer of Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare. She's suing him. You have South Broward Hospital District, and was a public entity corporation under the laws in the state of Florida also. You have her suing the Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare. Okay, it was a Tennessee corporation. This must be where she was sent to probably. You have Life Skills South Florida Outpatient LLC, who she's also suing. You have Sig9 LLC, which is also in Florida. You have James Fondo being sued. He was a resident in the state of Florida, a member of the Sig9 LLC. And Stephen Cady, he was a resident in the state of Florida and also a member of the Sig9 LLC. You have Jessica Cady. She's also a resident of the state of Florida and also a member of Sig9 LLC. Natalie Anderson, she was a resident of the state of New York and also employed by Rock Nation as Desiree Perez's assistant. Okay, you have Broward County Sheriff Office, so she's also suing the sheriff office, and we know who the sheriff office is. You have John Doe #1. He was a resident in the state of Florida and employed by a police officer by Broward County Sheriff Office. And you have John Doe #2, who is also the same, employed by the Broward County Sheriff Office. You have Rachel Bernstein. She was a resident in the state of California and self-proclaimed cult specialist. Okay, whatever she's here for. This is crazy. Then you have CTS Research Inc., which was a New York corporation engaged in commercial activity, including in the Southern District of Florida. Okay, so the court has, it says jurisdiction and venue. It says the court has subject matter jurisdiction over this action pursuant to 28 USC. You got a whole bunch of legal jargon. As the amount of controversy exceeds $75,000. Plaintiff also requests that this court exercise supplemental jurisdiction over her state law claims pursuant to 28, more legal jargon, because they arise out of the same operative nucleus set of facts. Venue is proper because the majority of events or omissions giving rise to the claims occurred within Miami-Dade County, Florida, and Broward County, Florida, both of which are in the Southern District of Florida. So facts giving rise to the claim. So it says this case gives meaning to the phrase, "You wouldn't believe it until you see it." Okay? This is what the documents is saying. It says this case. Are y'all listening? Are y'all locked in? Give it Don DeMarco for Demore real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie. Don DeMarco. We about to get into it. We gonna get in detail. I know we just went over the video and stuff yesterday and just now, but we're about to get in detail, okay? It says Desiree Perez is a former drug trafficker, confidential informant, and convicted felon who is now CEO of Rock Nation in New York City. Demore Hadley is Desiree's biological daughter. Javon Hadley is Demore's husband. Demore met Javon while they attended Miami Palmetto Senior High School. So they met in high school. It's her high school sweetheart. Demore and Javon have been together for the past 15 years. 15 years relationship. Beautiful. That's beautiful, okay? Give it to Don DeMarco. 15 years, beautiful relationship they got going on. They living good, high school sweethearts. They got a nice little dog, a little miniature pinscher, you know what I'm saying? Like, they living nice. So this complaint will refer to them collectively as the Hadleys, okay? For the past 2 years, Desiree has used her money, power, and influence to tear the Hadleys apart. Desiree created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot and used unlawful means to have Javon falsely arrested on 3 different occasions and Damori falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act statutes. Unfortunately, as detailed below, Desiree has a history of using illegal tactics to get her way. Oh my motherfucking God. Oh my motherfucking God. Let me read that again. Y'all not hearing this. It says, unfortunately, as detailed below, Desiree has a history of using illegal tactics to get her way, even if it requires wearing rubber gloves and providing false information to authorities. This is tough. Why do you people think this shit is so far-fetched? Says, in addition to being the CEO of Roc Nation, upon information and belief Desiree is part owner of the company. Roc Nation was founded in 2008 by music icon Jay-Z and has become one of the most influential entities in the entertainment and sports industries. Roc Nation represents chart-topping musicians, elite athletes, and influential entertainers including Rihanna, J. Cole, Shakira, Kevin Durant, Saquon Barkley. The National Football League contracts Roc Nation to organize and select performers for the Super Bowl halftime show. Roc Nation also assists artists with creating content for concerts and movies. Desiree, as CEO, has an army. Do y'all hear me? Hello? Desiree, as CEO, has an army of tech staff with access to the best technology that money can buy. She also has a team of attorneys and private investigators at her disposal. Despite her current position, Desiree's background and discreet rise to prominence is highly unusual. Are y'all letting that sink in? Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all letting that sink in? Let me read that again. Despite her current position, Desiree's background and discreet rise to prominence is highly unusual. Nani? What's going on here? Their relationship is unfortunate, sad. Unfortunately, Desiree's past as her abandonment of Damori is the root cause of the current friction between a mother and a daughter. So get this. You wasn't even there for me all my life. I don't even rock with you like that. I don't even rock with you like that. And you getting me institutionalized? You getting me put in a mental health facility? You wasn't even there for me all my life. And you getting bitches locked up? You luring police and doctors, telling people I'm on drugs, my mental health is unstable. Bruh. Says, unfortunately, Desiree's past and her abandonment of Damori is the root cause of the current friction between a mother and a daughter. Their relationship is unfortunate, sad, and disheartening. More disappointing their relationship could have been repaired through alternative means. But Desiree chose to employ heavy-handed tactics instead. What heavy-handed tactics is that? Well, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, ladies and gentlemen. Desiree's past as a drug trafficker, confidential informant, fundraiser, and fugitive. Okay? Desiree participated in federal drug trafficking activities in the 1990s under her prior name, Desiree Reynoso. Let me see. The following's Desiree's federal indictment and arrest, and she was originally sentenced to 30 months imprisonment. That's it? You in a cartel? However, Desiree became a confidential informant and provided information to federal law enforcement, which caused the government to file a motion eliminating her 30-month prison sentence. So she turned snitch. Okay? While engaging in narcotics trafficking activities, Desiree gave birth to Demore in November 1994. So she only about 2 years older than me. We about the same age. Even after Demore's birth, Desiree continued to engage in criminal conduct. For instance, local law enforcement arrested Desiree in April of 1996 for a slew of federal criminal activity, including organized fraud, grand theft, and several counts of uttering a forged instrument. Okay? And they got all of her documents and her basically her rap sheet right here. It says when Desiree got arrested on state court charges, she had already been sentenced to federal prison, but was still out on bond. Her surrender date got delayed to at least August 12th, 1996. See United States v. Luis Cuento, the more legal jargon. As shown on her federal probation affidavit, Desiree later fled to New York while on probation and became a fugitive from justice. Then, on March in 1998, New York officials arrested Desiree for grand larceny, criminal use of drug paraphernalia, and criminal possession of a firearm. Desiree was thugging. She was really out here thugging like that. Yes. She was thugging. It said Desiree pled guilty in New York State Court, but was only sentenced to a conditional discharge. Desiree was eventually sentenced to 9 months imprisonment for violating federal probation. Choosing a life of crime over motherhood, Desiree dumped her infant daughter, Demore, on Demore's maternal grandfather, Julio, and his longtime partner, Olga. Growing up, Demore referred to Julio as abuelo and Olga as mommy, which Desiree despises to this day. So Desiree takes issue with the fact that she looks at the people that raised her, and refers to them as people who raised her. The fuck? Bitch, what you mad about? And one shout out, one time for Olga and Abuelo. One Don DeMarco for them for holding it down. Don DeMarco for them holding her down and raising this girl right, because they obviously taught her something. Okay? So in 2002, almost fresh out of prison, Desiree somehow became the owner of the 40/40 Club in New York. Somehow. How? How does that work? Desiree had mostly remained in the greater New York City area since then and chose money, power, and influence at all costs. To the outside world, it appears that Desiree turned her life around and became a successful CEO. But secretly, Desiree continued to engage in acts exposing herself and others to both civil and criminal liability, which a state prosecutor noted in her closeout memorandum relating to Javon's fraudulent arrest. Okay? This is crazy how this shit can continue. Let's see what the excerpt says. It says the victim's mother called in a false 911 call in December, which is a crime in of itself, and reported the victim was getting kidnapped. The victim's mother also petitioned to have the victim's Marchman acted, and the victim was also Baker acted. The witness under oath told ASA Subpoena and ASA Farrell that the victim does not do drugs or drink, and the Marchman Act was voluntarily withdrawn on April 5th, the day the defendant was arrested for case, and it names the case. It gives the case number, and then the victim on April 16th, 2024 testified under oath. So, as related to this lawsuit, Desiree conspired with others to illegally record the Hadleys in their bedroom, hack Damore's iPhone, and unlawfully detain the Hadleys on several occasions. Yo, do y'all not realize this is some fucking spy movie shit? This is some House of Cards shit. This is why I say like House of Cards is one of the greatest shows you might ever watch, because a lot of niggas might watch shit like that and think it's dramatized and think that it's just being played up. But the elite move like this. These people move like this. Shorty is out here getting her daughter hacked. She out here getting Shorty hacked. She out here getting Shorty fucking arrested. She's hacking her iPhone. She's bugging their bedroom. Like, what the fuck? What are you trying to listen to? What are you trying to listen to? Now, when we mentioned that officers were wondering how she was gathering certain evidence, this is what they were talking about. This is what they were talking about. How are you getting this? How do you explain you're obtaining such evidence? You're hacking her iPhone. You're bugging your own daughter in her husband's their bedroom. That just goes to show you. How did you get somebody to get into their bedroom without their knowledge? They live alone. It doesn't seem like they have children. How did you get someone to break into their house, bug their bedroom? This is some spy shit. This is some setup blackmail spy movie shit. Do y'all not understand that when people start sitting here and turning their nose up and saying, "Oh, I don't want to, you know." Let me pull up something real quick. Let me just pull up something real quick. Because I just feel like this is just a perfect example, right? Oh. Actually, I spelled that wrong. Hold on. Hold on.
Shot him. Real shit.
Y'all remember
this? He was sitting in his bed. Bow. Like, real shit. That's what I'm saying, bro. Real shit. Like, I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm just saying, bro. Like, he not gonna talk or whatever the fuck he want to say. Whatever, bro. He can say whatever he want, or you're not gonna say. But I'm not gonna let people think that my dog is some fucking abuser or some shit, bro.
Y'all seen when he was doing all of this? Y'all seen when he was doing all this, and it seemed like he was doing a bit much.
I'm not taking no flights. You ain't finna get this. The government, Rock Nation, not finna get me. I'm not taking no flights. We taking buses and bikes. That's it. All month. Real shit. I'm not playing, bro. Get away. Hey, close them blinds real quick for me, twin. Close them blinds. Turn off your phone too. Just make sure your phone's off.
Yeah, turn off the phones. Turn off the phones too. You know what I'm saying? Look. Nigga, Jay-Z has zero idea who you are. You know what? This is actually not crazy to say. This is not actually not crazy to look. He wants attention so bad. He wants attention so bad. They acting like this shit is a joke. Look. Look. They posting a whole bunch of irrelevant shit. Turns off their phone so they can't listen, but they still streaming. Hey, you see what she doing? You see what she out here doing with these phones? Y'all thought he was doing too much. Y'all thought he was doing too much. But as you can see, she's out here bugging phones. She's getting into your apartment, your home while you ain't there, bugging your house. This is why I gotta spend so much time on this point, because y'all gotta realize when evidence is going missing, when all type of random doctors and are coming out to say that they did this and did that, and these people can just make shit appear. Desiree Perez is so powerful that she can just make this paperwork appear. She can just make this stuff appear. Easy. And we gonna talk about it. Fuck that. This is why we going so hard on this shit. She can just make this stuff appear out of thin air anytime she wants to. So it says, as related to the lawsuit, Desiree conspired with others to illegally record the Hadleys in their bedroom, hacked Demore's iPhone, and unlawfully detained the Hadleys on several occasions, which included concocting false evidence against them. Candidly, it is difficult to imagine that a mother would do the acts listed below to her own child, but the screenshots included in this complaint prove otherwise. In the closeout memo, Desiree is the victim's mother, and Demore is the alleged victim. Okay, so let's get into it. Desiree unlawfully wiretapped Demore in Javon's bedroom. Desiree at an unknown time conspired with others to superstitiously plant a camera into the Hadley's bedroom without their knowledge, which existed since at least July 18th, 2022. Desiree literally admitted this fact in a frivolous lawsuit, and she filed against Javon. And this is the screenshot here. I'm trying to see exactly what all is in this screenshot, or if she actually got. How does she get a camera in there? Or is that a picture? And it seems like it's almost placed on the bed or behind their bed or some weird shit. It says, in addition to the illegal camera, Desiree also planted a listening device, which is pictured right here below.
Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh? Play me like a dummy. A dummy like bitch. Are you dumb? Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb?
This is what you doing, Desiree? Like, what the and they found it. I wonder how they found it. It said, unbeknownst to the Hadleys, Desiree kept both recording devices in their bedroom for years, which is clearly illegal. Years? So, this woman is just sitting at her front desk, and at any time, she's just clicking over on her laptop, just watching what you saying, watching what you doing. She's calling you, watching you react, watching you plan your next move, listening to what you saying about her, watching y'all have sex. Is she not? What kind of weird shit? This is what this woman is doing to her daughter. This is what this woman is doing to her daughter. Where does she get the people to do this kind of shit? This is some next like level of, and this is why I say, listening to what her daughter is saying, you are going to see exactly how Desiree operates in the industry. And it's sad to say, a person like her damn near don't never face no consequences because she has so much dirt on niggas. She has so many people in her back pocket. It's almost sad to say that people like her damn near almost don't never face consequences. Because they have these politicians, these lawyers, doctors in their back pocket, ladies and gentlemen. Are y'all hearing this? This is crazy. This is ridiculous. So, the prosecutor in Javon's frivolous criminal battery case, which Desiree facilitated, even recognized the illegal act of recordings in the Hadleys in their bedroom. He said there's an audio recording of the September 11, 2023 incident. This recording is an illegal recording of an illegal recording, and even still inconclusive, of a battery. So she's probably just sitting there waiting on a moment to catch them arguing, or in a heated disagreement or some shit like that, just waiting to catch some shit. But she catch nothing. The recording captures the defendant yelling at the victim, and it sounds like the victim says, "Don't hurt me." In another illegal recording, the victim confides in a friend that the defendant grabbed her neck. This would not explain the redness on the neck and is not fully consistent with what the witness saw when they walked in. However, the victim's conversation with her friend is also part of an illegal recording and is further hearsay. So let's get into her hacking her iCloud account. So Desiree also hacked or directed her highly trained technical staff at Roc Nation to hack Demore's iCloud account, giving Desiree unfettered access to Demore's digital data, including text messages, photographs, and videos. Demore has witnessed her mother direct her team at Roc Nation to infiltrate other people's digital data, including an instance where Desiree wanted to determine how a chart-topping artist's upcoming movie got leaked. So Desiree Perez is just going to anybody she wants, and if she want to find some shit out about you, she's hacking your iCloud. She just getting into your shit. She is hacking these people. Yo, what more do you people need to hear? Let's run that back. Demore has witnessed her mother direct her tech team at Roc Nation to infiltrate other people's digital data, including an instance where Desiree wanted to determine how a chart-topping artist's upcoming movie got leaked. She probably can get into your shit, my shit, at the snap of a finger. She can just obtain shit. She can just go into your shit. This is a level of power that is only seen in movies. We only see this shit in movies. I don't even know how else to put it. I'm almost lost for words, and I'm rarely ever lost for words. But this is a level of just tampering, and like, presidents have been impeached for this shit. Do you hear me? Presidents have been impeached for this shit. Presidents have been impeached for less. And here you have this woman running around with all of this power. And she gets to operate freely around these artists who are just at her mercy. They're at Roc Nation's mercy. It was a conspiracy theory at first. It was an ongoing joke. It was a running joke at first. But y'all are seeing, we're breaking down right now that this is a reality. This is reality. The stories, the rumors, the things swirling around Roc Nation's name, more and more we're seeing that this shit is more concrete than we thought. This is not just a conspiracy theory anymore. This is not just a conspiracy theory anymore. I need y'all to understand this. Listen to what this woman does when she needs to get her way, when she needs to obtain something, when she needs to get something over you. Imagine how many people that she has blackmailed. She has things. She can just go into your phone, get photos, get evidence, get this, get that. Silence you. Now think about all the people who are silent when it comes down to Tory Lanez, who put their hands up and say, hey, I'm not going to speak on this. I don't got nothing to do with this. It's only people who are, uncancelable or powerful enough, like maybe a Drake, who said, nigga, you can't do shit to me. You fuck, nigga, I'm gonna say this. If you're coming into the industry, you're coming into spaces like this, and you're coming into you're dealing with levels of power like this, you damn near have to get a defense team. You damn near have to have a counter-strike team on standby, nigga, making sure none of your shit is being hacked. On standby, but making sure you ain't being followed, making sure niggas ain't breaking into your house. After this lawsuit, you can only imagine that this woman needs to have 24-hour security or some shit. It said Demore first realized her mother hacked her iPhone on March 1st, 2024. On that day, Javon and Demore's friend Surgeon called Demore after noticing that Demore's cell phone and Apple Watch were pinging in New York. So, In the prosecutor's memo, Javon is the alleged defendant, Demore is the alleged victim, and Desiree is the one who conspired with others to illegally record the Hadley, so she didn't know how to clean up her tracks. Okay, they were a little bit sloppy with cleaning up their tracks because this is how they got caught. Notably, although the camera has been in the Hadley's bedroom since July 18th, 2022, Desiree failed to produce a single video showing Javon physically assaulting Demore on September 11, 2023. Demore voluntarily gave Javon and Sergine access to her location. The screenshot below is from Javon's phone showing that Demore was supposedly in New York. Okay? Demore's Apple Watch also showed it was located on 538 West 26th Street in New York. Okay? How is that possible? When Demore checked her iCloud account on her phone, which she had in her hand in Miami, it showed that iPhone 2 on her account was pinging to Rock Nation's headquarters in New York. She wondering how the fuck that happened. The problem is that Demore only had one iPhone device attached to her iCloud account. The only one she was literally holding in her hand. Not surprisingly, Desiree's office at Rock Nation is located at 540 West 26th Street in New York. Google Maps shown 538 West 26th Street, the location appearing in Demore's iCloud account, 540 26 West Street, which is Rock Nation's headquarters, are literally part of the same building in New York. Demore believes the iPhone 2 device on her iCloud account, which placed her location at Rock Nation in New York, was a device cloned by her mother's team. Again, Demore was personally witness to her mother. Demore has personally witnessed her mother's team. Her mother ordered her team to clone a person's iPhone for her access. Okay? Desiree Perez has the power, if she wants to just clone your iPhone at her request. How crazy is that? In Desiree's frivolous lawsuit recently filed against Javon, she somewhat admitted to hacking Demore's phone. Desiree filed screenshots of text messages between Demore and Javon, but failed to adequately explain how she acquired them. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh? Desiree, let's scroll down to that and let's just see. It says the victim is very concerned with the conduct of her family. The victim found a tracker in her luggage and believes she was followed to the SAO when she came in for pre-life statement. When the victim came into SAO, the attorney for the witness also appeared and inquired her with the receptionist as to the whereabouts of the victim. The victim claims her family has hacked her iCloud account to access her private data and information. The victim's mother provided that the state and Google provided the state with a Google Drive of evidence which contained private conversations that the victim had the defendant dating as far back as 2017. So as explained below, Desiree used illegal bedroom recordings, stolen iCloud data, and other means during her conspiracy and fraudulently convince people that Demore needed to be unlawfully committed to a mental health institution and drug rehab facility under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act statutes. She used the same information to get Javon falsely arrested. Okay? She threatened to bake a rat with Demore. So Desiree's first time threatening to commit wrongfully Demore to a mental health institution occurred in September 14th, 2023. Okay, about 2 years ago. That day, Desiree lured Demore in her to her home in Pinecrest, Florida, under the false pretense that Demore's uncle needed to be taken to a hospital, which was untrue. Demore rushed her mother to her mother's home and was confronted by her mother for a intervention. As seen below in the snippet from the police, Desiree admitted to having an intervention for Demore in that she hired a counselor named Victoria Hunter. Now, y'all seen this woman. She doesn't look like she's on any type of drugs. She needs any type of intervention. She's a very beautiful woman, very beautiful girl. I mean, this is just pretty much straight cap. Like, they're just bugging out. So it says, although Desiree told officers that Victoria Hunter is a therapist, Miss Hunter has never been a licensed therapist in Florida. Desiree convinced Miss Hunter to lie to the police and falsely claim that she was a therapist. Demore was not interested in her mother's intervention. She wasn't interested, I'm guessing, in her mother's intervention and demanded to leave. However, Desiree prevented Demore from leaving by confiscating her dog. Desperate to leave, Demore attempted to climb over her mother's security fence. Desiree pulled Demore back and stated, "I'm going to Baker Act you if you stay with that nigger. I will have you committed." Oh my motherfucker. Let me read that again. She said, Desiree pulled Demore back and stated, I'm going to Baker Act you if you stay with that nigger, hard ER. I will have you committed. What did I tell y'all? She's cool with working around. I said this yesterday. Before we even seen this, I said, a lot of these Hispanics, they cool with working around you. They might seem cool to be doing this and that, and like they, just chilling and whatnot. But when it comes down to their own flesh and blood, they don't want them dating us. They seem cool, but a lot of these motherfuckers is really racist, and she come from that old school. She one of them real Mexican. Yeah, she come from that old school. So yes, I could already tell you she didn't want no shit like that going on. So when the police authored the incident report, the Hadleys were dating and had not yet married. The report refers to Demore as Miss Lopez. Desiree's statement was not some veiled threat and later came to fruition, as explained below. Demore called 911 and requested police assistance. Desiree flaunted her power as the CEO of Rock Nation and claimed she had Pinecrest police in her pocket. Do y'all not understand? Y'all don't get it? And she's flaunting it. She's brazen with it. Pinecrest police officers arrived on the scene and eventually forced Desiree to allow her daughter to leave. But due to her influence, the officers did not press charges against Desiree for false imprisonment. The same day, Desiree showed up to Demore's grandfather's home where the Hadleys were residing. Desiree confronted Javon and told him, I know everything that happens with you and Demore. If you stay with her, ladies and gentlemen, she said, if you stay with her, you gonna get yourself killed. Yo. How you gonna do that, Desiree? How you gonna do that, Desiree? Are you gonna Have some random Mexican pop up and stab the nigga 14 times? Let me read that again. Desiree confronted her now husband Javon and told him, I know everything that happens with you and Damori. If you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed. Based on Desiree's threats, the Hadleys moved out of Damori's grandfather's home on October 1st, 2023 into a home located in Homestead, Florida. Okay? In response, Desiree rented the house directly across the street from the Hadleys in Homestead, pointed a camera towards their home, and ordered private investigators, many who were unlicensed, to stalk and harass the Hadleys. Now, let me run this back and play this again, because I want niggas to really understand everything that's going on, okay? Listen to this shit real quick.
A South Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother, and others who should have protected her failed her.
NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri has her story.
So legally, I can go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being Baker active.
Body camera video shows the moments Broward deputies encouraged Damori Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she says she didn't know.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're going to be in handcuffs, so dog's not going to be able to
I don't
come?
want to be handcuffed.
Okay.
Damori says they took her to a hospital for a mental health evaluation after this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to herself.
What he told me was, we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before.
A doctor she says she'd never met before. And according to Damori, it's her own mother who's behind it. In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Damori falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and influence to tear apart Damori and her husband, Javon Hadley, and created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Damori filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Damori's husband, Javon, citing evidence Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of suicide and abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing Damori in the lawsuit, which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence, charges prosecutors did not pursue.
The state attorney's office wrote a 11-page scathing closeout memoranda, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police.
In this closeout memo, a prosecutor...
All right, we back. I just had to break real quick, but let's continue. Let's continue on. Okay? So, Desiree told Javon, then just to refresh for the new people coming in, okay? Real quick, and if you're just coming in, go ahead and hit the video with a like, okay? Go ahead and hit the video with a like. If you're on X, hit this with a repost. Spread this video out, please, 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 please. This is bigger than me. Hit this shit with a repost. Get this out here. We breaking this shit down extensively right now. Hit this shit with a repost and hit this shit with a like. People need to hear this. Okay? Once again, this is bigger than me. People need to hear this shit, all right? Now, just to refresh where we left off. Damori was staying at her grandfather's home. Desiree confronted them there and confronted her now husband there and told him, I know everything that happens with you and Damori. If you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed. Okay? You stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed, buddy. All right? It get like that with me. That's what she told him. You stay with him, you're going to get yourself killed. It get like that with me. Oh, yeah, these cartel ties run deep. These cartel ties run hella deep. Oh, my God. We got to write a follow-up article. Because I saved this when I was writing last night. But shit, we got to include this. She said, I know everything about you. I got to read it again. And if you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed, buddy. You might get clapped. You might get found in a ditch somewhere. Okay? And you in Florida. A lot of Hispanics out here. Cubanos. Whatever I need. Police in my back pocket. Cartel in her pocket. Entertainment industry in her pocket. Summer sports in her pocket. NFL in her pocket. This shit is crazy. So they then, based on Desiree's threats, moved out of Damori's grandfather's home on October 2023 and into the home located in Homestead, Florida. In response, Desiree rented the house directly across the street from the Hadleys in Homestead, pointed a camera towards their home, and ordered private investigators, many who were unlicensed, to stalk and harass the Hadleys. Many of these people who couldn't even produce a license if you asked them to. Okay, this shit is crazy. How is it that you just have people she can just at any point rent out the house across from you, point a camera at your shit, and just watch you all day long. All day long. It's crazy. That's some crazy shit to see. It says the investigators who stayed across from the Hadleys also worked for CTS Research, Inc. in New York City. So they had a bit like, there's a little bit of a paper trail that leads back to Desiree as well. CTS investigators followed the Hadleys for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah. Yeah. This is what she's doing to them. Yo, her daughter is cooking. Damori is cooking right now. Please let us know what she does. Please let us know how it gets. It says many times the CTS investigators followed the Hadleys at unsafe distances in their cars, causing the Hadleys to fear for their safety while driving. On one occasion, a CTS investigator who is also unlicensed had a gun laying on the front seat while... What the fuck? On one occasion... It just threw me off. It threw me off. And I just got my plate. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Trust me. But they said, what happened now? It's crazy. This can't be real life. You gotta hook me up with the plate. I just went and got a sample. She gave me the whole plate. Now, hold up. It says many times. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right shit, okay? So y'all can see what I'm seeing, because it's choking me up a little bit. Pause. But it said many times the CTS investigators followed the Hadleys at unsafe distances in their cars, causing the Hadleys to fear for their life, fear for their safety while driving. On one occasion, a CTS investigator who was unlicensed had a gun laying on the front seat while following Javon. NANI? I wonder what his ethnicity was. I wonder. Yeah, I'm just curious. You know, that's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. So Desiree conspired with Demore's employer, Iconic Creative LLC, to also work with her. Iconic Creative LLC. Let's see what that is. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and see what that is. Let's see what's up with that. Iconic Creative. Is this it? Iconic Creative Group? Is this it? View our work. We proudly collaborate with industry leaders and innovators across the globe. Our diverse portfolio showcases a legacy of dynamic partnerships, transformative results, and groundbreaking projects. So, basically, they work with a lot of celebrities. This, that, the third. They work with a lot of celebrities. This, that, the third, it seems. Foot Locker House. Ooh, okay. Nike football. Oh. Rock Nation Made in America Festival. Wow. Okay. That's some of y'all work, huh? And when did she say that occurred? Since January 2021. It says Demore worked for a creative agency in Miami called Iconic Creative. Of course, Iconic often worked events for Rock Nation and its artists. Okay, so as we just seen, that seems to be true, because yeah, we see the Rock Nation Made in America Festival right here. Okay, so let me get back to it. For 2.5 years, Demore's salary at Iconic was approximately $65,000. And the company was in financial distress, a fact the owner shared with Demore. Okay? So they said they are in financial distress over there at Iconic Creative, which you're looking at, and they can only pay her $65,000. I don't know if that's supposed to be like an excuse or something. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a excuse, but they said we're dealing with a lot. We're in a bad place. $45K. Yesterday, the photographer from Zion in New Orleans was not paid either. $14K. AJ had not been paid in months. Okay. So, but in October 2023, right after Desiree threatened to Baker Act Demore as if she did not leave Javon, Demore received a salary increase from 65 to 125K. Upon information and belief, Desiree stepped in and helped solve Iconic's financial problems with strings attached. Holy shit. Yo, who is she like? Yo, there's a character on TV, and I just can't put my finger on it exactly. But I feel like there's a character on TV besides Frank fucking Underwood. I mean, don't get me, fuck it. That's probably the best representation, because Frank was willing to clap niggas. Does she not sound like female Frank Underwood? Is this not Claire Underwood right here? Is this not some Frank Underwood, Claire Underwood type shit? House of Cards type shit? Are you niggas not hearing me? Nah, this is some real Frank Underwood shit. This is some real dirty, underhanded tactics type shit. It said, and you can see the text messages here. She said, they went from having all of these financial problems, having these financial woes, to, oh, now we can give you 125. You know, we basically can double your salary. We basically can double your salary now. And them working with Rock Nation seems to have paid off. They got a lot of partners here. It don't really look like it's too many people here. I see Josh Hart. Okay, maybe it's a little event for the pictures and shit, whatnot. But I guess this is what they do. Let me see their services. Market analysis and insights. They discover your brand's market potential with data-driven insight and analysis tailored to your company's goals. Okay? They seamlessly plan all aspects of the integrated marketing mix to ensure a cohesive and powerful campaign strategy. They define and articulate your brand's unique voice and position in the market for a maximum impact. So they kind of work with, they want to work with big clients, obviously, as you can see. They want to work with Giannis. They want to work with the sports guys. They want to work with these people with influence. In shorter terms, they want to work with people who Desiree can snap her finger and make these people appear. Okay? She can snap her finger and all of a sudden you got Giannis. Snap her finger and all of a sudden you got one of Rock Nation's artists popping up to save you and get you out of the hole. Okay? So they're basically like a marketing group. Oh, you're trying to take me to another page. Let me see. It says the highlights. Okay. Yeah, I got some of y'all work on deck, huh? Let's see what they be doing exactly.
Dance with me, come and ride, no hands for me. They don't got no chance for me. You the one that I only got planned for me. Get it done, I just need somebody there for me. Care for me, who, what, where for me. Close eyes every night, say a prayer for me. Tell the truth, at the same time, there for me. I just hope you prepared for me. Somebody else with me today. You gon' have the time of your life. The Bentley is all white, the ceiling is all bright. I promise we can go and have whatever you like. And we don't need nobody to kill this vibe.
Did that say P. Diddy Day? What did it say? Hold on, run that back. Team B? Wait, hold on. Is it Team B, Diddy All-Star, or B. Diddy? B. Diddy All-Stars? Who's B. Diddy? Like, what? They playing for Diddy? Like, who we?
It's all white, the ceiling is all bright. I promise we can go and have whatever you like.
What's going on here?
We don't need nobody to kill this vibe. Hey, prom, get put to the side,
So it seems like they do little promotions or videos like these. I'm guessing this is what they do. Nocta. Looks like they work with Foot Locker a lot. They got ties in Atlanta, Georgia.
got a brand new house. Yeah. I say Nike, you say ATL. Nike. ATL. N-I-K-E. ATL. 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 Nike. 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 Oh! Open the store, ready to sell.
I mean, your daughter works in the culture. How you expecting her not to fuck with a nigga? The fuck is you on, Desiree? You work in the culture too, but you know what I mean?
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play and we ride on the days.
Whoa. Chill with the music. You're trying to get us clapped. But they trying to get us clapped out here. Chill. They trying to do too much with that. Okay. I mean, I kind of get what they do. So, you know, I can see Desiree snapping her fingers and making a lot of things happen for these guys. You know, they seem to function on that level of wanting stars, wanting to boost their brand, their reputation, so that they can get more clients and the like. So Damore found it odd because she knew about the company's financial situation. She was also ecstatic about her pay increase, but of course, little did she know what was to come. Suddenly, Iconic began asking Damore to stay late, work longer hours, and to frequently travel. While some of the demands made sense at the time because of the pay increase, Damore did not realize that a nefarious plot was on the way. Just listen to how evil this woman is, how far she will go to get what she wants, you know, get her way, ruin your life. Okay? Because she'll go pretty fucking far. I'm not going to lie. It takes some dedication. It takes some real dedication. Well, Damore did not realize that the nefarious plot was on the way, i.e. split up Damore and Javon. On December 12th, 2023, Elizabeth, Liz, Fragalia, and Benny, we're going to call him Benny. So Liz and Benny, that's what we're going to call them. The owners of Iconic texted Damore stating that she was required to attend a meeting with the Nike Academy the following day. On December 13th, 2023. Damore found it odd that Liz and Benny told her to attend a Nike Academy meeting because the Nike Academy was revamping its workshops. She's like, why are these niggas trying to tell me to go out here and go here and do this when these niggas are currently revamping their workshops? Did you niggas forget that? Shorty thorough. You can't play with her like that. Like, she paying attention to shit. Except them cameras in her bedroom. I don't know what she was doing, but they probably hit them good. You don't ever know. She probably paid some people who really do this. It sounded like she got some trained CIA spies or some shit like that. So when Damore signed into Zoom, only one person, Rachel Thomas, was at the training, quote unquote. Damore found this to be odd because every other training meeting with the Nike Academy consisted of at least 20 people. Rachel Thomas signed into the Zoom and identified herself as a representative from the Nike Academy. Rachel then began asking Damore questions that were unrelated to work. Damore, suspicious of Rachel's intent, asked Rachel if she could record the conversation. Rachel consented. Damari recorded the conversation and took a screenshot of Rachel. Rachel proceeded to give Damari a quasi-psychological evaluation without Damari's approval or consent. So this was the therapist in disguise when she says that her mother had people pose as potential clients for her job. This is what she was talking about. After the training, Damari asked for Rachel's Nike Academy profile. Rachel agreed to provide it, but did not do so immediately, probably because it had not been created. A few days later, Damari received a fake link showing Rachel's false affiliation with the Nike Academy. Upon information and belief, Desiree and Liz and Benny asked someone to create the fraudulent website. The website was later deleted after Liz and Benny realized that Damari was becoming suspicious. Liz and Benny required Damari to attend. Damn, do we got a picture of the owner? Let's see these motherfuckers. Hold on. Do we got a picture of the owners? Oh, here they go. Here is Liz and Benny. This is exactly who we're talking. Just come step to the front of the congregation, guys. Yes. What did it say? What does that say right there? Co-founded by Benny and Liz. Iconic is more than just a creative agency. It's a minority-owned family business rooted in our passion and dedication for creating the most iconic experience in sports culture. With a team as diverse as the clients we serve, we deeply embedded in our work, bringing a personal touch to every project. For us, every client is part of our family, where your vision becomes a shared legacy. I guess they thought they were a part of Desiree's family too, and that they had to play auntie and uncle. Who are y'all niggas? Yeah, adopted parents. I don't know what you asking for, but adopted parents, or I don't know who's that supposed to be. So I do too much. So we have them, and I want to just put them up while we read that, because they should have to step to the front of the congregation. So let's have them do that. So the last one, Liz and Benny required Damari to attend 2 other training sessions with Rachel Thomas. The last one occurred the night before Christmas. At the time, Damari did not know Rachel's true identity. But in reality, Rachel Thomas was really a woman named Rachel Bernstein. Rachel Bernstein is a licensed marriage and family therapist from California who specializes in sexual cults and has a podcast on sexual cult recovery. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Ain't no fucking way. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on now. We gotta find this. Hold on. Does she really? Does she really? Is this her? This looks like her. What? I think this is her. I think this is her right here. She has a podcast on sexual cults. Let's see, when's her? She just posted a day ago. She's going unfazed. Let's see. When did this all start? She posted 2 days ago. Let me see what she over here talking about.
College. And so again, that place of belonging and really I think every freshman goes to college
cracked open,
looking for belonging. We need belonging for our survival.
And was going to speak to a lot of people and I think give them a real false sense of security.
In graduate school, we were doing psychopathology, a course on that. And
so
I keep coming back to that again and again. I'm like, Michelle, when are you going to learn this? Come on. But I just couldn't understand why these men that I had been friends with, and we'd vacationed together and we'd had holidays together. I couldn't understand why they wouldn't help me. And this pastor that I met with, this woman pastor, she said
y'all over here fucking and shit like that. They wasn't helping you because you say you going out on vacation with all these men and shit like that. Yeah, it was probably a whole cast. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Something like. Let's get back into it though. Let's bring back Liz and Benny back to the congregation, okay? Because we see Miss Rachel Thomas here. Rachel Bernstein is a licensed marriage and family therapist from California who specializes in sex cults and has a podcast on sexual cult recovery. That's a thing? What the fuck? Upon information and belief, this was just a ploy by Desiree to have Demore improperly evaluated. Suffice it to say, Rachel Bernstein was never associated with Nike Academy when Demore attended the training sessions. Desiree immediately conspired to have Javon arrested. Okay, so on December 26, 2023, less than a week after the forced sessions with Rachel failed, Desiree reported to Miami-Dade police that Javon had battered Demore on January 16th, 2022, almost 2 years prior. On December 29th, 2023, officers respond to the Hadley's home to speak with Javon. Demore answered the door and told the officers that nothing happened on January 16th, 2022, and directed the police to leave if they did not have a warrant. So she was uncooperative. That's one of the excerpts that we seen come out of this. The next day, December 30th, 2023, Desiree ordered private investigators to follow the Hadleys to Pinto Farms in Homestead, Florida. Why is this shit? Now, I know we had the news report, and I'm glad they put it out there. But why is shit like this not detailed in the report? Why is Desiree's name, why is her name not plastered on the front of that video? Because we need to be able to find that. We need to be able to find shit like this associated with her. So, the next day, December 30th, 2023, Desiree ordered private investigators to follow the Hadleys into Pinto Farms in Homestead, Florida. While the Hadleys were enjoying Pinto Farms with their nephews, Desiree reported to 911 that Javon kidnapped Demore and was holding her hostage. Okay? She presented pictures. She with the geysers. Like, look. She with the geysers. Like, you know what I'm saying? She at the cookout. She's not at the bachata. You mad? She's at the cookout. She's not at the bachata. Come on. She's not at the fiesta. She's not at the fiesta, mommy. No, she's at the cookout, not the not the fiesta. No, she's at the cookout. She's at the cookout. You feel me? Why are you mad at that? So Ms. Perez also requested officers to respond on December 26, 2023, but the Hadleys were not home. The state attorney office documented Desiree's criminal act of falsely reporting a crime. In their closeout memorandum, the prosecutor stated the victim's mother called in a false 911 call in December, which is a crime in of itself, and reported to the victim as getting kidnapped. The victim's mother also petitioned to have the victim Marchman acted, and the victim was Baker acted. So we read this part already, but I guess that's just another refresher. And they actually seems like they actually put him in handcuffs. You see the pictures. When the officers arrived on scene, they quickly realized Desiree lied to the police as recognized by the state attorney's office. However, Desiree had already conspired with high-ranking members of the police department. Hold up, y'all gotta see this. Let me make sure y'all seeing, because yeah, you know, we off of Liz and Benny. So this is the picture of them just chilling. They chilling. As I said, she at the cookout. She not at the fiesta. Mama want her back at the fiesta. She living at the she over at the cookout permanently. Okay? She at the cookout permanently. That don't mean she can't come back to the fiesta a couple of times, but she want to be over here. She good. She chilling with the nephews. They kicking it. They having a good time. My boy Fresh with the bucket hat on, you know what I'm saying? She always looking fine, like, you know what I mean? They chilling. He got the nephews out. Look like that's the sister in the back in the cut. Probably somebody's birthday. They having a good time. But Desiree couldn't let these motherfuckers have a good time and just chill. Said when the officers arrive on scene and look at the picture, you can see him getting arrested. That's why I had to switch back for you guys. But it says when officers arrive on scene, they quickly realized that Desiree had lied to the police, as recognized by the state attorney's office. However, Desiree had already conspired with high-ranking members of the police department and others to falsely arrest Javon for the January 2022 alleged battery. NANI? Although the prosecutor ultimately dropped the charges against Javon, he was embarrassed that the police arrested him in front of his nephew. Bruh. Rightfully so. Desiree avoided any charges for falsely reporting a kidnapping yet again. How does she keep avoiding this? How does she keep getting away with this, ladies and gentlemen? How does she just not face any type of repercussions, punishment? How is this possible? So it says approximately 1 week after Javon was released on bond from his fraudulent arrest on December 30th, 2023, Iconic fired Demore without any explanation. Oh, that's how Benny and Liz got down. That's how they get down right here. Yeah, they fired her without any explanation. Demore's firing was bizarre because she had just received glowing reviews from Liz. And here it is, her saying, effort that we put in at the office and at home. We appreciate your loyalty and put all the trust in you. You are one of the smartest young ladies I know. We depend on you, and you can ask Abe and Elisa how I said, give it to Demore. She will figure it out. We just need you right now more than ever. This will change, and we won't depend on you, but for now, we need you. We don't trust anyone. You are family. Upon information and belief, Desiree demanded that Liz and Benny fire Demore. Again, Iconic has a large contract with Roc Nation and its artists. And upon information and belief, Desiree stepped in to help them financially. In addition to firing Demore, Iconic refused to pay her for weeks. She had already worked in December 2023. So this is real. You see how, Desiree has Holly claiming financial abuse, physical abuse, all of these threats, this, that. No, this is real financial abuse. She got to your bosses and got these niggas to fire you, not pay you, and completely cut you off. Oh, you don't got to take my money. Oh, you don't want to take my money so that you're at my mercy? Cool. I'm going to get to the person who is giving you money. I'm going to get to the person who is signing your checks. I'm going to get to the person who is feeding your family, who is helping to feed your family at least, or giving you the opportunity to. I'm going to get to that person, and I'm going to make sure you don't eat. I'm going to make sure you get dropped. This is what she's doing to her own daughter. Imagine what she would do to you. This is what she's doing to her own daughter. Imagine what she would do to you. Said Demore was told that to receive payment for the week she worked, she had to sign what was essentially a gag order entitled Separation of Release, which precluded her from reporting Iconic's behavior to Nike. This was obviously illegal. Demore had threatened legal action to get paid for the time she had already worked. The children of Iconic's owners are athletes who wanted to be represented by Roc Nation Sports. That's noted also in the file. Okay? So, a favor for a favor, quid pro quo. This is how this shit goes. Y'all be watching these shows, y'all be seeing all of this Power and shit, and Empire, and House of Cards, and this show, and how I be watching Ozark and shit. Like, these niggas really be doing this shit. These niggas collect a bunch of companies and use these companies to leverage their personal interest. This is what these people do with all of these companies and shit. They use these companies to leverage these. Oh yeah. Oh, you need this? Oh yeah, I just happen to have that. I can make that happen. I know a couple of people there. Let me talk to my people. You do this for me. You make this happen for me. I'll take care of all of that. I'll make sure both of your sons get a full ride. I'll make sure your sons are represented. I'll make sure your sons are some, you know. And when you see certain figures pop around the industry and you wondering, well, how the fuck did this nigga on? What the fuck is this nigga? Why? How is that? Why do we even know this motherfucker's name? It be because reasons like this. It be because a deal was done, a favor is owed. It be because of all the shit like the bullshit like this that you're reading, that we're seeing. So then Desiree also hired an attorney for Demore. It says that same week, Desiree hired an attorney, Brett Scott. Let me switch back to the document. It said that same week, Desiree hired attorney Brett Schwartz, to improperly influence Javon's misdemeanor battery case. Okay? So on January 8th, Brett Schwartz filed a notice of appearance purporting to represent Demore when Desiree actually hired him for her own interest. So what is this, ladies and gentlemen? She got her own lawyer to represent the defense, the other side, the ops, essentially. So you thinking you got somebody who's fighting on your side the whole time? They're working for her. I told you this is the Desiree Perez stimulus package, my nigga. This is the Desiree Perez stimulus package. She gets a lawyer that you think is on your side. Her daughter, bro, give her daughter a Don DeMarco. Don DeMarco. She's not saying what happened, but she's telling you what happened. She's not saying what happened to Tory, but she's detailing what happened to Tory. She's not saying what happened to DDG, but she's detailing the shit that's going on with DDG. If you guys just take the time to realize how this woman functions and operates, you start to see fingerprints all over. You start to see certain fingerprints all over this shit. It's sad to say. It's sad to say. But you start to see these things and realize, oh, you know. So all the rumors weren't just rumors. The rumors have some validity. Yes. Yes. And this is why I'm taking, and we are 2 hours in. Yes. This is why I'm taking such detailed time, a detailed analysis of this, because this shit is so important that we do. Okay? It's so important that we go over this because we are seeing her plays. We're seeing her moves. We seeing her go-to moves here. You seeing how she operates and uses her power. So we have to go through this because you seeing where her fingerprints are all over the industry. You start to see it. When we read through this, you start to see it. I want y'all to gain this clarity. Okay? I want y'all to get this clarity. We gotta put another one in it. They not hearing it. They not hearing it. Let's continue. Okay? So to be clear, Damore never hired Brett Schwartz, nor has she ever talked to him. Nevertheless, Brett Schwartz filed a fraudulent notice of appearance, which caused the prosecutor in Javon's case to reach out to him. So they say, "Good afternoon, I'm the prosecutor in the above referenced case. I saw that you had filed a notice of appearance in the case on behalf of the victim. In this case, I would like to speak to your client regarding the above reference case and schedule a profile conference. Please let me know if I have consent to speak with Ms. Lopez by Thursday. Thank you in advance," it says. So, again, we're detailing how much power this woman has. We're detailing her influence, okay? Go ahead and hit this video with a like. Go ahead and hit this video with a repost. We need to get this message out there. Hit us with a like. Hit us with a repost. Come on. We got 107 people that came through here. We got 107 people that came through here. Hit us with a like. Hit this with a repost. This shit needs to get out. It needs to get out there. It needs to be pushed, okay? So it says, unfortunately, this was not the only occasion that Desiree hired lawyers to pretend as if they were representing Damore, as explained below. So it seems like she can just keep this thing going if she just has an endless list of lawyers, attorneys, doctors, tech specialists. Like, she can get whatever she wants done. I think at this point we have to start reevaluating, because Desiree Perez, she may be one of the most powerful people in America, if not the world. Okay? That's all this is saying to me. All this is saying to me is that this bitch is definitely, obviously, one of the most powerful people. I mean, this is, like I said, this is shit that we only hear about on movies. This is shit that we only hear about on movies. I'm telling you that this is one of the most powerful women in the fucking world. If not the most powerful. She's probably the most powerful woman I've ever heard of. Okay? To have this much power, to have this much clout, to be able to just brazenly, to their face, she herself has threatened to get niggas knocked off. Why do you think she feels so confident that she can get somebody knocked off? You the CEO of Rock Nation. What are you doing work? You're reformed. You're this reformed woman. You got all these accolades and this and that. I feel like I'm watching, this whole week has been a movie between the Diddy trial, which we still haven't even gotten to. But I feel like this is all a movie. I feel like this is all just like, that's what this shit feels like. Because it's just that unreal when you listen to this shit. It's that unreal. It's that mind-boggling that somebody really has this much power and operates so brazenly and flaunts their power so brazenly and would harass her own flesh and blood like this. And they don't really say why she has a issue with the husband. I don't know why, but to watch this shit, to watch her have take such issues, it's crazy. We are in a Doja room. We've been in here for 2 hours breaking down this Desiree shit, exposing who Desiree Perez truly is. We going through page by page because it's that detailed. It's that real. It gets that real with this shit. We have to go through the entire thing. We have to go through the entire thing. Okay? If you're still sitting in here with me, once again, hit the video with a like, hit the video with a repost, put one in the air, because we still got more to go. We only about halfway through. Let's continue. Said, unfortunately, this was not the only occasion Desiree had hired lawyers, as if they were representing Demore, as explained below. At Desiree's direction, Brett Schwartz tried to convince the prosecution to charge Javon with human trafficking, although there was no legal basis to do so. Human trafficking. Wow. Human fucking trafficking. She on some other shit. Luckily, like I said, this man's woman is standing by his side, because that's all he got. The excerpt below is taken from an email that Brett Schwartz sent to the prosecutor in Javon's misdemeanor battery case. This woman is psychotic. As a result of this arduous history of manipulation, I will be reaching out to ASA Nicholas Chavez and Brenda Mesrick, who is the chief of human trafficking unit, to request they investigate and pursue felony charges against Mr. Hadley for human trafficking. At the very least, both have been copied. It's crazy. Crazy shit, crazy. There was absolutely no basis for anyone to pursue felony charges against Javon for human trafficking. Desiree was simply using her money, power, and influence to prevent the Hadleys from being together. Desiree even contacted the prosecutor directly using her Rock Nation business email. After the prosecutor told Desiree and Brett that she could not charge Javon, Desiree asked the prosecutors to improperly extend the case. Desiree wanted to keep Javon on edge. So unfortunately, the prosecutors agreed to Desiree's demand for more time, which ultimately allowed her to continue to wreak havoc on the Hadleys. Okay? So even though they knew it was some bullshit, they continued to let her just do whatever. Okay? Prosecution told her they could not improperly extend the case. They could not charge Javon. Desiree asked the prosecutor to improperly extend the case, and she wanted to keep him on edge, quote unquote. She wrote, right, perhaps even positioning and saying they are investigating whatever they feel they can so that he at least stays on edge. Unfortunately, the prosecutors agreed to Desiree's demand for more time, which ultimately allowed her to continue to wreak havoc on the Hadleys. Desiree did just that. Her third attempt at mental health evaluation. Okay? Who do y'all think really needs the mental health evaluation at this point? Listening to this. Who sounds like they really need the mental health evaluation? On March 26, 2024, after the intervention with Victoria Hunter and training with Rachel Bernstein failed, Desiree directed Natalie Anderson, a Rock Nation employee, to confront DeMauray's therapist, Dr. Luz Barrio, who DeMauray was seeing for grief counseling after her aunt died. Natalie Anderson presented Dr. Barrio with a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me." At Desiree's direction, Miss Anderson falsely claimed the recording was Javon raping DeMauray. Desiree wanted Dr. Barrio to believe that DeMauray had some type of mental health issue to capitalize on her threat to Baker Act DeMauray. Okay? This is crazy. So now, a lot of this stuff might sound familiar to what we go over in the Diddy case. A lot of this stuff is sounding familiar. Does this not sound a little bit like some Diddy and Cassie shit? Does this not sound like some Diddy and Cassie shit? This is the shit that Diddy was doing to Cassie. This is what these people with power do. This is crazy. Y'all know we've been covering the Diddy trial every single day that they've been having court. And the more and more we read this sounds exactly like Diddy and Cassie. This is exactly what Diddy was doing to Cassie, minus the ass whoopings. The private investigators. The following her around. I don't know if Diddy was bugging her and hacking her. We hadn't gotten to anything such as that. But it seems like Desiree is going a step further with this shit. It seems like Rock Nation is a little bit in a better position than Bad Boy to have people do even more. It sounds even more damning to the ability that she has and the effect that she has with her power and Rock Nation's power and how she uses it. Since Dr. Barrio was immediately familiar with DeMauray and had seen her on countless occasions, she knew that DeMauray had never been a threat to herself or others. It was not in danger and did not need Baker Act criteria. Dr. Barrio refused to do Desiree's dirty work. After learning about DeMauray's failed false Baker Act, as explained below, Dr. Barrio wrote a letter disputing DeMauray's supposed need for treatment or hospitalization. So they note that the woman was not technically DeMauray's aunt. However, the woman played an integral role in raising DeMauray, including going to parent-teachers conference. So this woman was really actually like a mother to DeMauray. Okay, she was in some ways there for DeMauray that Desiree wasn't even there for her. Okay, is what I'm assuming. So it says, to whom it may concern, I've been working with Ms. DeMauray Lopez since July of 2022, providing individual sessions. Throughout our therapeutic work, there has been no evidence of visual, auditory, or tactile hallucinations. She has consistently presented as intelligent and coherent. In addition, throughout our clinical work, I have not found reason to recommend hospitalization due to any suspect thought disorder. In regards, and she signs her name, Maria Barrio, so it's a woman. So Desiree's fourth and successful attempt to unlawfully detain DeMauray. So it says on March 27th, 2024, after striking out with Dr. Barrio, Victoria Hunter, and Rachel Bernstein, Desiree conspired with a likely paid Dr. Daniel Barber, who works at Memorial Regional Hospital, a state-run facility, to wrongfully commit DeMauray to a mental health facility under Florida's Baker Act statute. Desiree and her co-conspirators' plan is sickening. Desiree hired private investigators Steve Cady and Jessica Cady and James Fondo, all owners of Sig9, to lure Demore to a Mariana in Dania Beach. One of the Sig9 LLC investigators called Demore pretending to be a property owner who wanted to hire the Hadleys as a landscaping company. So they had a landscaping company. She was going to meet down with them, okay? And maybe that's what her husband does. So they working. They trying to make their money. They trying to live their life. They not bothering nobody. This woman is not bothering nobody. So Sig9 LLC placed a GPS tracker on Demore's car and followed her movements, a fact that James Fondu later admitted to the police on camera. So to note, Dr. Barber is also a chief medical officer for Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare and the medical director of Life Skills South Florida. So that's why all of them are being included in the lawsuit, and they're being sued as well in this lawsuit. So yeah, I hope she wins this, because if she does, she gets to win big. And it really should. The bulk of this should come from Rock Nation. When Demore got close to the Mariana for the business meeting, James Fondu, a former police officer, asked the police to respond on the side of the road near the Mariana. Two officers from the Broward County Sheriff's Office arrived at approximately 5:40 p.m. James Fondu told the officers that Dr. Barber, who was waiting on the Mariana, was going to Baker Act Demore. It is important to note that James Fondu said Dr. Barber is going to Baker Act Demore even before he even met her. In other words, Dr. Barber had no factual basis to initiate the Baker Act because he had never evaluated Demore beforehand. At that point, he had not even seen her in person. But since Desiree conspired, and or paid Dr. Barber to commit Demore under the Baker Act statute, he was going to do exactly just that, no matter the circumstances. This is crazy. So it sounds like, in my opinion, Desiree might have just gave up and said, you know what? I'm about to just give somebody the bag. I'm about to just drop this bag on somebody. They gonna do what I say. They gonna do what I say. And if I can't use you, I'm gonna go around you, use somebody else. It says when Demore arrived at the Mariana, James Fondu, Stephen, and Jessica Cady, Dr. Barber, and the police confronted her. So this is where we see her in the video, and they're kind of questioning her, and she's asking them, can she leave, stuff like that, and they're like, no, you've been Baker Acted, you're not going anywhere. So it said the Sig9 owners pretend to be part of an unspecified mobile crisis unit that worked with Dr. Barber, which is a lie. So they all kind of conspired together to work together and nab her and lure her to the Mariana and nab her. I can't really speak to if they are in on it because maybe, you know, Desiree hasn't fully put the Sig9 team on, but Dr. Barber should definitely know better. Knowing that he didn't evaluate her or do anything like that, he should definitely know better. He on bullshit. He definitely on bullshit. Demore even called her own doctor, Dr. Barreo, and begged the police to speak with her, but the police refused. It's crazy. The police even forced a young woman, i.e. Demore, to go with the three complete strangers in a dark gray truck with no hospital, no police, or mental health facility insignia on it. Just a regular gray car. This is the police, and this is why she said, I'm supposed to feel protected. She don't know who she's getting in the car with. She don't know who these people are. For all they know, they could have just snatched her up, put her in the car, and took her all the way to New York so Desiree can lock her up on some Joe from You shit in the basement of a New York library, and we won't never see from her ass again. and then get her boyfriend knocked off. According to Dr. Barber, this is a note here. It said, accordingly, Dr. Barber had no right to initiate an involuntary examen under Florida's Baker Act. The intake report even lists Ms. Perez as the primary source relied upon by Dr. Barber to initiate the evaluation under the Baker Act statute. The police never even verified the identity of any of the individuals on scene to confirm they belonged to a mobile crisis unit. Now, let's just see, because you can see that at the beginning of this video where they're confronting her. So you see her there, and she's basically, you know, being, my bad, I didn't even show it, but you see her here.
After this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to her. Demore Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she.
So this is the one she said there is no insignia, there's nothing on it. They just snatched her up and basically said, hey, bitch, you coming with us? Did her like that. And she's like, y'all making me get in here with complete strangers. There's no hospital insignia on this truck, nothing to show that these people are who they say they are. But the police are forcing her to go with them. The police. Okay? So the police never verified the identity of the individuals on scene, confirmed they belonged to a mobile crisis unit. They just took the word of the three fraudsters in the gray pickup truck. Frankly, the WC footage is disgusting and difficult to watch. Equally disturbing, Dr. Barber wrote on the intake that he personally examined Demore on March 27th, 2024 at 5:56 p.m., which is a lie. But his statement is bogus because at 5:56 p.m., body cam footage shows Dr. Barber leaning against a truck parked in the Mariana and talking to the police. It is doubtful that any doctor has ever conducted a legitimate psychological evaluation under such circumstances. Dr. Barber was licensed to practice medicine. Dr. Barber's license to practice medicine should be terminated. Exactly, it should. When Demore arrived at Memorial Hospital on March 27th, 2024, the first doctor examined her at 6:21 p.m., noting that she was alert, oriented to person, place, and time, and that her behavior was normal. Nurses also noted that Demore was cooperative and accused Dr. Barber of colluding with her mother, which is consistent with body cam footage in this case. Reading between the lines of the hospital staff, who's clearly concerned about Dr. Barber's decision. So it says, and let's read that. PT received a BA bought in by Barber states, my mom knows Dr. Barber and wanted me BA, Baker acted, because she does not like my boyfriend. I was tricked into coming here. I was led to believe I was meeting someone at the house for a business, and PD were waiting for me. Patient denies any I don't know what that means, claims, and is cooperative. It says 29-year-old female presents as Baker Act initiated by Dr. Barber for unspecific psychosis. A patient is awake, alert, and oriented to person, place, and time. Effect appropriate. Denies previous psych history noted. No suicide attempts. No medications at this time. Denies medical problems. No drug history noted. Denies ETO use. ETOH use. Non-smoker. Patient states that mother is against her because she is upset about her 15-year relationship with black young man. Patient works as a social worker for immigrations. She also has a bachelor's degree in psychology. Graduates from Boston University. The writer spoke with Javon Haley, patient's boyfriend. Consent given to from patient to speak with him. He states that patient has no prior psych history and was set up by her mother, and will transfer patient to PEC for further monitoring and disposition. So again, it says reading between the lines, and the hospital staff were clearly concerned about Dr. Barber's decision to detain Demore for involuntary examination and documented her side of the story. Nevertheless, Dr. Barber falsely reported that Demore required intensive, comprehensive, multimodal treatment, including 24-hour medical supervision, which is something that none of his colleagues at the hospital noted. Dr. Barber even directed staff to medicate Demore with Benadryl. In the screenshot above, Dr. Barber wrote, "If patient refuses PO, give IM," which essentially means if Demore refused Benadryl, then force it upon her in a intramuscular injection. Dr. Barber wrote false information in his report to keep Demore detained and Desiree happy. Dr. Barber even admitted speaking to Desiree with a body cam footage. Important to the issues below, Memorial Regional tested Demore for drugs on March 27, 2024, which came back negative. Desiree's frivolous March Act and guardianship petitions. So she's trying to get a guardianship. What the fuck? Nevertheless, Dr. Barber conspired against Desiree to commit Desiree for Life Skills Florida outpatient, which is a drug treatment facility where he is the medical director. Life Skills is owned or affiliated by Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare. Okay, and these are the people right here on the screen. You can see everybody who's the owners here, or the heads, or the owners, the directors, a psychiatrist, chief operating officer. Yeah, these are all the bigwigs. Despite Demore's normal behavior and negative drug tests, Desiree filed an emergency ex parte petition under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming that Demore suffered from drug and alcohol abuse, something that both she and Dr. Barber knew was untrue. Demore has never done drugs in her life. Desiree specifically requested for Demore to be transferred from Memorial Hospital to Life Skills so that she and Dr. Barber continue Demore's unlawful detention. Okay? Perhaps most disturbing, Desiree also moved for guardianship over Demore on March 29, 2024, claiming that her 30-year-old, highly educated daughter, who never touched an illegal drug in her life, was incapacitated, and this is the petition here. It says Desiree blatantly lied in her guardianship petition claiming Demore was asking friends and families to share prescription pain pills. It says Desiree listed Liz Fraglia as one of the people Demore supposedly asked for pills. The name Liz, who Desiree used during the second fraudulent Baker Act attempt, and who was financially indebted to Desiree for saving her company. Demore has all her text messages and conversations with Liz. The messages show that Demore never asked Liz for illegal drugs or pills. Desiree also listed Miladies Garcia as a person Demore sought out for drugs. Okay. But when Millie was placed under oath by state attorney office, she admitted that Demore does not do drugs or drink. Millie was the caretaker of Demore's grandfather and was frequently in Demore's presence. So she's trying to say that the caretaker she was trying to, get some drugs, slide some drugs from the caretaker, basically. Moreover, Desiree filed a petition on March 29th, 2024. Demore stopped communicating with her mom long beforehand. Desiree made blatant misrepresentations to the court again. Since Desiree concocted a fraudulent ex parte Marchman Act petition, Demore was transported to Life Skills to Life Skills on March 30th, 2024. While at Life Skills, Demore reportedly asked to be examined by someone other than Dr. Barber, but they initially have refused. But unbiased professionals began to realize Demore did not belong there. The staff wrote that Demore was not delusional, speech is normal, no hallucinations, thought process intact. They also noted Demore was always positive. Nevertheless, Life Skills requiring Demore to undergo treatment for addiction she did not have. Demore begged to take a hair follicle test. Eventually, workers at Life Skills acquiesced. Not surprisingly, Demore's hair follicles test, which detect drugs use 90 days prior at minimum, show no drugs had been in Demore's system. Okay, and she also shows the proof of that. Life Skills did not allow her to leave after 2 negative drug tests. She took the drug test to prove she's not, and they still didn't let her leave. On April 5th, 2024, while Demore was at Life Skills, Desiree conspired with others and government officials to get Javon arrested for alleged battery that occurred on September 11th, 2023. This was another ploy by Desiree and her co-conspirators. In a meeting in January 2024, just months earlier, the state told Desiree and her team that no probable cause existed to arrest Javon for the September 11th, 2023 alleged incident. But as reflected in the state's closeout memo, Desiree essentially hired a team to get what she wanted. Despite the frivolity of this arrest, she recognized by the state, Javon was initially ordered to stay away from Demore, his own wife. Desiree capitalized on Javon's wrongful arrest and was not finished terrorizing the Hadleys. On April 8th, 2024, Demore was about to be released from Life Skills. Desiree conspired with others to get Javon falsely arrested again for allegedly violating the stay away order related to the April 5th, 2024 fraudulent arrest. This was another bogus event captured on body-worn cameras. That day, Javon responded to his home to feed the cat. Demore was still in custody under the fraudulent Marchman Act petition, but was set to be released earlier that day. Desiree's private investigators, who were monitoring Javon, contacted the police and told them that Javon was at the house. The BWC footage captures officers speaking with their supervisor about the case. The officers admitted that the higher-ups directed them to direct Javon. This nefarious act was also addressed in the state's closeout memo. After Desiree caused the police to wrongfully arrest Javon a third time, Damore was released from life skills. She was finally released. Meanwhile, the whole time, she's trying to get this nigga arrested and put away. Desiree's reign of terror continued. Damore immediately reported to the prosecutors that Desiree was using her powerful influence and money to keep them apart. The state asked Damore to give a sworn statement to their office on April 26. When Damore arrived, the receptionist instructed her to sit in the waiting room. While waiting for the prosecutor, Damore saw Laura Gatz, an attorney who supposedly represented the witness of Javon's case, walk in and speak to the receptionist. Laura Gatz was really hired by Desiree. Laura Gatz asked to speak to the receptionist and says, "Has Damore Lopez arrived yet?" She says, "Supposed to be meeting with the ASA at 9 a.m. Laura Gatz did not see Damore. The receptionist asked Laura Gatz who she was. Laura Gatz identified herself, Damore's attorney, and the witness. The receptionist told Laura Gatz that Damore was inside the waiting room and had asked her if she wanted to go sit with her clients. Laura Gatz, knowing that she did not yet represent Damore, said that she would just wait outside. She said, "No, I'm just gonna wait outside." No, you don't want to go sit it. She right there. That's your client. You don't want to. No. I'm gonna just go sit in the car. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have breakfast yet. Maybe just go get a little hot bagel. You know what I'm saying? Bacon, egg, and cheese. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna just go wait outside. That's what she wanted to do. So Damore believes that her mother instructed Laura Gatz to respond to the prosecutor's office to intimidate Damore. This was the second time that attorneys hired by Desiree falsely claimed they represented Damore. Eventually, the prosecutor dropped all charges against Javon and wrote a scathing 11-page closeout memorandum explaining Desiree and her co-conspirators' unlawful inappropriate actions. Then you have Desiree's frivolous lawsuits. On April 22nd, 2024, Desiree filed a frivolous lawsuit against Damore. In the case, Damore's mom and stepfather, Desiree's husband, surprised Damore with a new car on December 2020, which they put in Damore's name. Desiree claimed she was the lawful owner of the car, which was false. The title of the car has always been in Damore's name. Desiree claims she has a mutual agreement where Damore was granted use of the vehicle with the understanding that it would not be disposed of without Desiree's permission. This was too false. Desiree claimed Damore's wrongfully asserted control over the vehicle and caused harm to Desiree. So then a brief reading of the lawsuit shows that how Desiree will stop at nothing to get what she wants. Recently, this is recent, she filed a separate lawsuit against Javon claiming that he violated her right to privacy in a home that she does not live in and only entered 3 times in the last 4 years. In fact, Javon and Damore actually lived in the house that Desiree somehow claimed the right to privacy in. The lawsuit is also frivolous and only intended to harass the Hadleys. Damore and Javon have spent a large amount of money on lawyers to escape unlawful detentions and lost out on countless job opportunities. They have suffered economic and non-economic damages from Desiree's acts and in others, including lost wages, emotional damage, emotional distress, pain, suffering, etc. The lawsuit follows Desiree's conduct must cease. It says Desiree realleges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 254 of this complaint. Damore brings actions against Desiree Perez, pursuant to the title, yada yada. Desiree used wire communications. It says even an upset multimillionaire suing her own daughter over a car is rare. Yeah, she putting in little jabs in there. Let me see what this says. So I guess they're getting into violations of the racketeer influence and corrupt organizations that they trying to her daughter trying to hit her with a RICO? God damn. I mean, if Diddy getting hit with the RICO, I'm telling you this, when we go through this and you read through this, it sounds a lot like what we're going through with this Diddy case. This sounds a lot like Diddy and Cassie. Desiree Perez, just to review, we're gonna get into some of that. But if you're bugging your daughter's bedroom, how did you do that? We don't know. You bugging her bedroom. You hacked into her iCloud. You have her location. You have access to her text messages and photos. And her daughter is saying that she has seen her do these things to other people in the industry. She's saying that she has a team of tech specialists who go in and hack people and find dirt on people and get compromising photos and text messages. This sounds a lot like it almost sounds even more polished than what Diddy was doing, because Diddy was just wilding. But she sounds even more dangerous than Diddy. Diddy just sound crazy off a lot of drugs, like bipolar, like, you know what I'm saying? But she sounds like she's just batshit crazy. She's cognitive, and she's just willing to do whatever to get what she wants. When you have lawyers in your back pocket, doctors in your back pocket, tech specialists, you're setting up entire enterprises. You're hiring special investigators. You're copping a crib across the street from your daughter and having private investigators stay in it and watch her. It's weird. It's just fucking clear. It's batshit crazy. So then it says Desiree engaged in a pattern of racketeering activities. Specifically, Desiree unlawfully committed wire fraud by using electronic communications to defraud, or executed a scheme to defraud, bribery, witness tampering, and other criminal acts. Oh my gosh, she's getting hit with a RICO. They better take this to the highest. This shit needs to have as much news on it as Diddy. To tampering and other criminal acts affecting interstate or foreign commerce. Desiree used wiretap communications in interstate or foreign commerce to execute or further the scheme. Desiree knowingly devised or participated in a scheme to defraud Demore by using false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises. The false pretenses, representations, or promises were about a material fact. Desiree acted with the intent to defraud. Desiree transmitted or caused to be transmitted by wire, radio, or television some communication in interstate commerce to help carry out the scheme to defraud. Said Desiree had a plan or a course of action intended to cheat Demore out of her job opportunity and caused her to be totally dependent on Desiree. She offered and gave and promised something of value to Dr. Barber, who worked at a memorial hospital as a public official. She also did so with the intent to improperly influence Dr. Barber to perform or omit an act of violation of his duties, or influence him to commit or allow fraud, i.e. Demore's Fraudulent Baker Act. So it just pretty much recounts everything that she did, everything that we read through. Is count 2 is civil conspiracy in Florida. So she's getting hit with that too. And they detail how all of the reasons why, she's hit with a civil conspiracy. And then you have civil count 3 civil conspiracy. And this one I think includes, yeah, this is against Rock Nation, Natalie Anderson. This is against Sig 9 LLC, Bobber, James Fondo, Stephen Katie and Jessica Katie. For her Fourth Amendment violation under Desiree Perez, unlawfully detained Demore in the Baker Act. Then you have the Fourth Amendment violation by Daniel Bobber. So he's getting hit with it too. Fourth Amendment violation from James Fondo, Stephen Katie, Jessica Katie, the Sig 9 group. Fourth Amendment violation to unknown officers 1 and 2 that also helped them, basically kidnap her. Damn, I lost count or which count I'm on. But the next count is state law. They falsely arrest and imprisonment, which was hit with what she hit Sig 9 with. And it doesn't look like she hit is she gonna hit the police department with that? Jessica Katie. Well, she's hitting the company and the individual and hitting them individually. God damn. Okay. A state law false arrest imprisonment. So she is hitting them with false imprisonment right here. With Broward County specifically. Negligence again to South Broward Hospital District. Violation of Florida's Marchman Act and Daniel Bobber Odyssey Memorial of Behavioral Healthcare and Life Skills. So everybody's getting hit with a couple of them things. Negligence to the Odyssey. Life Skills. Violation of the Stored Communications Act. This cause of action is modified version of the cause of action Desiree filed against Javon. Okay. We see that, and they detail, and each of these are just detailing their claim and why these certain they're levying these certain charges. The violation of Federal Wiretap Act. Damn. Violation of Florida Security of Communications Act, the Desiree Perez. Intentional infliction of emotional distress to Desiree Perez, Bobber, Fondo, and both the Cadies. A fraudulent misrepresentation inducement from Iconic. Because remember, her former employers are getting hit with it too. Fraudulent misrepresentation inducement from Rachel Bernstein, the therapist, the sex cult expert, who's apparently out here talking people away from coming out of sex cults. I didn't know that was a thing. She posed as the Nike representative, but she didn't work for Nike. It's just crazy. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, again, by Iconic, Creative, and Rachel Bernstein. Negligence, and she's sitting at CTS Research Inc. And she's demanding for a jury trial. Where? Let me see. Demore seeks all economic and non-economic damages, punitive damages, reasonable attorney fees, litigation costs, and any further relief the court deems proper and just. So she demands for a jury trial. Demore Hanley demands a jury trial of all issues so triable as of right by jury. This is dated on May 9th, okay? And that's pretty much her whole thing right there, okay? She has gone through and detailed. One more time, let's just give it Don DeMarco for Damore, okay? Please.
Don DeMarco.
She is the key piece, in my opinion, when it comes down to taking down the House of Cards, to taking down Rock Nation. We seen in this whole case how Desiree Perez gets down. Everything that she's willing to do, every tactic that she's willing to pull. And in her daughter's own words, she's done some of this to industry figures. We've seen Sean Holly, work for Tory Lanez and then go off and get a nice little Rock Nation hookup. And we see here in her daughter's own case that this is something that she does to her own daughter. This is something that she's done to her daughter. She has lawyers on standby. You go do that. Represent him. Be his legal counsel. Tory takes the bait because he's like, okay, hey, it's a black woman. I trust her. And this is why sometimes you can't just be out here trusting people just because they black. I'm sorry. You can't. You can't. Because this is what they do. So she knows how to play these games and play people like chess pieces. She plays with people's lives like it's a game of checkers. This is what she's been doing to her own flesh and blood. As I said, what do you think she does? What do you think she would do to somebody she doesn't like? What do you think she would do to me or you? What do you think she would do to an op, an enemy, a threat? That's why I said DDG, Tory Lanez, when it comes to those two cases, probably as far as it goes down to Kanye and others. This is why it makes, even when Kanye goes on these rants about people, prescribing him doctors and trying to give him medications and shit like that. You seeing how all of this shit factors in and what these people do behind closed doors. And as I said, a lot of this shit sounds like what Diddy was doing with Cassie. All the stalking, the private investigators, we seen all of this shit firsthand, that this woman truly has an issue. And she will stop at nothing to get her way. Whether hell or high water. It's just like, if she has to pay somebody, if she has to bribe them, quid pro quo, whatever she has to do, she's going to do it. So you can't tell me that when people are, when they doing one of these and locking doors.
Yeah. Closing blinds real quick.
When they locking doors, closing blinds,
that TV though?
turning off cell phones. But now Desiree Perez is really hacking cell phones though. As she said, she's seen on multiple occasions where her mother would tell her team, hey, I cloned this person's iPhone. This is what she's telling these people to do that work under her. Clone this person's iPhone. I need that information. I need to see what's going on over there. And they just do it. She's somehow getting into your house and bugging your bedroom. Anytime she's in her office, she can just flip her laptop open and just watch you and your husband in their bedroom. Just watch you and your husband in your bedroom. Whether you getting down, you fucking, you arguing, she just waiting for a moment that she can claim, okay, yeah, I got this nigga. Yeah, I got this nigga. Yeah. But out of the 2 years, she couldn't find anything to match her claims of domestic violence, her daughter doing drugs and being on drugs. She couldn't find anything like that. She's just over here harassing these people for no fucking reason. You got to her employers, the people that work for her. And these people, we should put them on blast too. We gotta put them on blast too. Because they took a bribe from Desiree Perez to sabotage her own daughter. All to save their company and give their company an extra boost so that their company could stay afloat. This is how the industry functions. These people are looking at it like they got mouths to feed, they got a company to save, so they're going to throw you to the wolves. They're going to falsely get you locked up. And I hope they sitting here looking at this stuff and seeing Shorty on the news and stuff like that, battling for her freedom for no fucking reason, because her mother is batshit crazy. I don't even understand how shit like this is allowed. This shit like this happens in movies. Shit like this happens in TV shows or some shit. What's that fucking show? Gossip Girl? Yeah. With all the fucking rich niggas? Yeah. And they just over here paying motherfuckers. Oh yeah. I need you to watch her. I need you to do that. This sounds like somebody. Don't somebody got a mother like this on Gossip Girl?
Yes, Serena.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, a few do.
Don't somebody got a mother like this on Gossip Girl? This, that, and she in New York, and her mother is in downtown Manhattan, bugging the fuck out on some real Gossip Girl crazy ass, batshit crazy woman. But the thing is, this is actually real life. This is actually her daughter finding these things, finding wiretap in their house, finding the pictures. She over here looking on her iPhone. She in Miami, and she wondering how her iPhone is pinging at Rock Nation in New York. How is that happening? How is that happening? You in Miami, but your Apple Watch and your iPhone saying you in New York. And then when you go to check and see, well, look, let me look at my iPhone account. What the hell's going on with that? You see there's a whole extra phone on your shit. And you know your mom, and you know she has the people to clone devices, however the fuck that's done. I don't even understand how you clone a device without having it at your disposal. But it sounds like she didn't know when any of this stuff was done. I wouldn't know. I'm still trying to figure out how she got in the house and bugged and put cameras in the house. You broke into your daughter and her husband's house and put cameras in there. I think I know a person that would love to do that. I'm just saying. But this was the shit that she was doing to her own flesh and blood. So now, when we look at Tory Lanez case, when we look at all the weird shit going on with Tory Lanez, is it so far-fetched to say that his case was mishandled? Is it still so far-fetched to say that justice was mishandled? That all the facts weren't presented? That somebody was suppressing evidence, suppressing facts? Doesn't Rock Nation and Desiree Perez sound much more capable of doing these things now? Now that we have went through extensively and painted the picture, doesn't this sound like something that's right up her alley? Doesn't this sound like an easy fix for Desiree Perez? And in the case of DDG, you better hope Holly ain't sit down with Desiree. You better hope Holly ain't sit down with Desiree, bro. You better hope Holly ain't sit down with Desiree, bro. Cause whatever, Holly, Haley, Holly, whatever her name is. You better hope she ain't speak to Shorty. I'm telling you right now. Because if she did, bro, you might be done. you might be done unless this case goes to trial and it gets the attention that it needs. Okay, because this shit needs to be it needs to be talked about. It needs to be heard. Then that's just facts. We can't just sit here and ignore people doing this shit day in and day out, and we watching our favorite artists, innocent men, face the system, face hits. I mean, she told her daughter's husband, if you stay with my daughter, you're gonna get yourself killed. How does she know she can do shit like that? How is she speaking like that? Then she got private investigators following him around with weapons, with a pistol. Whether to intimidate, whether to catch him lacking, whether to do whatever. It's just crazy. It's just crazy that one person can have so much power and be doing all of this, pulling all of these strings. We only see shit like this on TV and movies, but this is real life. So again, I say when you look at the Tory Lanez case, it doesn't sound so far-fetched that this woman had her hands all over this case and was pulling strings, got fragments missing, got witnesses changing their testimonies, all type of weird shit going on, lawyers who's really in her pocket working for the defense. This is all things she's displayed in this one case with her daughter. So what more do we have to say when it comes down to these cases, when it comes down to Tory Lanez and them? What more do you have to say? What more do we got? What more do you have to prove? It's just it's just us. We have to sit here now and go ahead and put this on Front Street and put this on blast. Because a lot of niggas is facing Desiree Perez in the industry right now, and it's a losing battle for them. It's a losing battle. There's nothing that they can do. Okay? There's nothing that they can do about it. So, yeah. That had to be said. That had to be talked about because, again, watch those videos. I posted the video on my page on X. I posted the full video of the NBC6 Florida report. So you can check that out for reference at any time there. But yeah, we read through this, but I mean, I implore you to read this for yourself, and you definitely should, and just to get the facts and see for yourself, because it's crazy. Like I said, this has a lot of similarities to the Diddy case that we've been covering, and I can just tell that, you know, this is a very, very, very big and important piece in a lot of people's cases around the industry. And I think a lot of people like DDG, a lot of people like Tory and his team, they should be looking at shit like this. They should be looking at shit like this. They should be made aware of shit like this, because I'm almost a 99.999% sure that this is being suppressed. This is being, you know, when it comes down to talk like this, they're trying to make sure that there aren't too many people talking about this shit. But I just want to say that stuff like this needs to be on front page news right along with Diddy. Right along with Diddy. We need to be talking about shit like this right along with Diddy, and be looking at her and hitting her with this RICO. So I hope that is what she's getting hit with. I hope that, you know, and if she is getting hit with this from her daughter, and her daughter successfully wins, Tory comes out and hits them again, I don't see how Roc Nation survives. I don't see how Roc Nation survives. it's really gonna be a wrap. Tory Lanez and Damore, I hope the two of them take Rock Nation right now for everything that they got. Now, I don't know how much all of this shit has to do with Jay-Z. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how much all of this stuff has to do with Jay-Z, but we know the CEO, the acting CEO, as we see, has a pattern of this behavior. She has a pattern of these tactics, and her daughter lays out the tools she has at her disposal to use at any time to get her way and get what she wants. So it's important that we really recognize and kind of look at whose fingerprints are all over this shit. Now, whether, you know, Jay-Z is aware, if he's complicit in all of this, I don't know. That's up for debate. But we at least know that none of the shit that we're questioning in this Tory Lanez trial or this DDG restraining order is beyond Rock Nation and how they represent their clients and how Desiree Perez handles her own business, her personal business, her own family, in which this is a woman she's harassing, a 30-year-old woman that she's harassing, that you weren't even there for all her life because you were a drug trafficker. You abandoned her. You're jealous that she has the relationship that you want her to have with her grandparents. You don't like her being with a, quote, as you say, nigger with a hard ER. Like, that's crazy. I told y'all, these older Hispanics, they don't fuck with niggas like that. Yeah, you think just because she worked with Jay-Z that she want her daughter dating niggas? No, it don't work like that. Y'all don't know Hispanics if y'all think that these niggas is no, they are different kind of races. Some of them. The Hispanic races is a different kind of races. It's just the I don't want my kind mixing with you kind of races. I don't want you dating no nigga kind of races. And so for that, she harassed these niggas year in and year out, trying to get this man arrested for domestic violence that never occurred. She's psychotic. She's fucking crazy. She's fucking crazy. So as I said, when you look back and you look at Tory's case, and you say, okay, all of this stuff is pretty fishy. All of this stuff is pretty fishy. At the preliminary hearings, detectives stated bullet fragments were missing. The detectives. What did she say? In Florida, she said, I got the police in my pocket. She was talking about how she got the police in her pocket to her daughter. They gonna do what I say. She told her daughter, I got the police in my pocket. You think Desiree Perez can't make bullet fragments go missing? Prosecutors later claimed LAPD had them, and an inconsistency suggesting evidence mismanagement or miscommunication. Prosecutors claim the LAPD still has the bullet fragments allegedly removed from Megan's foot. Yet during a preliminary hearing, Detective Ryan Stogner stated that fragments were missing. If the LAPD had the fragments, why did the lead investigator testify in this manner? The chain of custody comes into question with such clear error. This casts doubt on the integrity of the completeness of the evidence. We already know she got doctors in her back pocket. And remember, we spoke in detail about I think who removed it? It was him. We spoke in detail about how this one doctor, the wording of it kind of seemed like he was just being pushed along to do this thing, and he says the diagnosed bilateral gunshot wounds based on imaging, he removed 3 small fragments under general anesthesia and called the wounds superficial. Yet performed surgery and claimed fragments were bagged and given to police. So he said the wounds were superficial, that they were basically minor, but he went ahead to perform surgery anyway. And when you look, let's look at this real quick. And it's very easy to see when you compare the two. But Desiree Perez was able to make this doctor say that he wrote on intake that he personally examined Demore in March 27, 2024. This is her power on display. She was able to make this doctor say, "Oh, I personally examined her at 5:56." But on body cam at 5:56, he's chilling, talking to the police officers. Clear cat. But in this case, while we're sitting here wondering, well, how can fragments just go missing? How can all of these doctors all, see the same thing and be like, well, it doesn't seem that serious? And then fragments go missing. Do you see how fragments can go missing now? Do you see how fragments, it's so easy for these fragments to go missing now? To the point that now we even still have to question whether this woman was shot. Falsified text messages. You got the inconsistent testimonies. And then we got the one from, then you got Sean Kelly's statements to the investigators, where he's seen one thing, and then on the day of trial, he's seen something completely different. All of this stuff is in here, and it's not hard to believe that somebody with a significant amount of power can make these things happen. Like we said, reading through these documents, Desiree can just make shit appear. She can just make documents appear. If she wants to say you're crazy, then you're crazy, and she got the doctors to say so. If she wants to say that you're abusive and you're dangerous and violent, then she can say that, and she got the police to do so and to say so. It's not far-fetched that she has these people in her pocket, because she said it with her own lips, on her own mouth, her own very words. She says she has police in her pocket in Florida, and she is in New York and lives in Jersey. What more do you people need to see? This is why I said we arguing with people who just see shit like this, and they hear shit like this, and they choose to ignore it. I don't know what to say to you. I really don't know what to say. Because when you compare and you look at these two cases, and you look at what's going on in Tory's case you look at what's going on in Damori's case, and you cross and you look at what's going on, there's a lot of familiarity. And even in Diddy's case right now and what's happening there, there's so much going on there that you have to stop and be like, well, I'm guessing this is just how these niggas operate. I'm guessing this is just how billionaires and millionaires, the top people, when they want some shit done, this is what they do. This is why all of that shit y'all watch on TV ain't really cap. They get these stories, they get these plots from somewhere, and they put it on TV for you to watch. But some of these people are living this shit in real life. Some of these people are living this shit in real. Damori is living Gossip Girl in real life. She's living House of Cards, all of that crazy shit. The radiology report. You had a problem with that. The estimated blood loss, wound closure. They was talking about wound closures. The wounds were closed immediately. Uncommon for gunshot injuries due to infection risk. Which, when I spoke to 2 nurses, shout out Amaya and Mills, but they say that this is one of the main things that you're worried about when you get shot and bullet fragments hit you. Immediately, you're going to be worried about those wounds and the infection that comes with that. No bone or joint damage. So it's like, what's really going on here? What's really going on here? And why did this, you got to ask yourself, why did this stuff go missing? With Damori's case, we know why now. We know why. We can't continue to play stupid anymore. We know why this stuff is going missing. We know why, Shorty's in the position that she's in, and Tory, and DDG, and others possibly that we don't know about yet. But I hope this starts a snowball effect of people who are willing to come out and speak on this and talk more on it, because it really needs to be talked about. Like, it literally does. Let me look just to switch it up a little bit, because I did want to see this video here. But people are waking up. This is people who are asking questions. We're all asking these questions.
Oh, you did it? No, man. I mean, no, sir.
So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from.
I was shot in both of my feet, and I had to get surgery to get the shit taken out, get the bullets taken out. And it was super scary.
The police come, I'm scared. All this shit going on with the police is shooting motherfuckers for anything. The police was literally killing black people for no motherfucking reason. Soon as the police tell us all get out the motherfucking car, the police is really aggressive. You think I'm about to tell the police that we niggas, us black people, got a gun in the car? You want me to tell the laws that we got a gun in the car so they can shoot all of us up? I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them.
Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Revolutionaries. As I have said for 2 years, Meg Thee Stallion is a motherfucking liar. Liar. I told y'all 2 years ago, I said, I understand ballistics. I have seen people in gunshot wounds to the feet. I have never heard of anybody taking an actual round to the foot, not needing minimum months of rehab. This bitch, this lying bitch, because that's what she is, was tap dancing at one of them award shows within a month, a couple of weeks later. This is the person that a lot of y'all simps and bullshit fake ass pro-black people propped up there like she was the paragon of civilization. Let me ask y'all a few questions. Do this sound like a dying person? In all fairness, I was scared for my life.
Of course not. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. People are waking up. You're not going to continue to just perpetuate this narrative. And this is why people are mad at her personally. Anthony Fantano. Matter of fact, let's get to that. Let's get to this bullshit. Fucking Anthony Fantano.
It was this, it was that. I just, Tori was shooting out the window. I'm not shot. All of that. That's what she said. She said it on Gayle King. She said it on this. But in this footage taken at the actual scene, does this person sound like they dying? Does this person sound like they even shot? No, they don't. You know why? Because when the cop asked her, was she shot? She told the cop, no, I'm not shot.
Now, people like that got common sense. But then you have people like this who get on the internet for whatever reason and spew bullshit and make a video called Don't Free Tory Lanez. Now, let's really get into what he's talking about, because, as I said, it's most likely some bullshit. But let's let him spit. Because I don't get why people are confused as to why Megan Thee Stallion is being attacked personally.
And hello, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well, because I'm not, due to the fact that I have to talk about this story once again, which I'm wondering why it's still a story. Of course, I'm talking about the Megan Thee Stallion Tory Lanez shooting, which, in case you've been living under a rock, there was literally a trial for, where Tory Lanez was charged by the state of California, not Megan. Comment sections across the internet, on social media, on any post having to do with Megan Thee Stallion or Tory Lanez, you will find tons and tons and tons of comments about how Megan lied, she's guilty, free Tory, put Megan in jail instead of Tory. And these calls and proclamations have definitely reached a fever pitch as of late, especially in the wake of this recent story having to do with Tory Lanez being stabbed while in prison, which I will say outright here, I don't advocate for. And while going to prison is obviously supposed to be a punitive experience, it should not be one that just like threatens your life merely by being there. While this is most definitely a problem, there are a lot of people on the internet who, for whatever reason, want to make this Megan's problem. She is obviously feeling the heat of all of this on some level, especially when you consider a recent Instagram post from her where you can see here Megan all of this on some level, especially when you is obviously feeling the heat of all of this on some level. People on the internet who, for whatever reason, want to make this Megan's problem.
What do you mean for whatever reason? What is Anthony Fantano not seeing? What are we hearing and seeing that Anthony Fantano is not hearing and seeing? What does he mean for whatever reason? What do you niggas mean for whatever reason? At the end of the day, what you niggas questioning or not, or lack thereof, not questioning anything in this case. This is why you can sit here and be like, well, what's the problem? You're just going to take everything as it comes to you. I guess that's what you niggas do. But we're obviously questioning shit because we still have to determine whether if Megan Thee Stallion was really shot or not. That's what we still have to do. That's exactly what we still have to do. We still have to determine if she was shot or not. Which makes no sense. You can't sit here and be mad at people for questioning something that is making no sense. And now when we see the case compared to Damori's case, everything is not so far-fetched. And you gotta wonder how complicit she actually was with Desiree Perez and pushing all of this shit and working in this case and making sure that this man was locked up.
She is obviously feeling the heat of all of this on some level, especially when you consider a recent Instagram post from her where you can see here Megan essentially is going on a rant, kind of just flabbergasted that this hate campaign against her, basically making her out to be the sole reason that Tory Lanez is in jail right now. Her, not Tory, not his own behavior and actions, Megan. Yes, it's all Megan Thee Stallion's fault, and she needs to be called into question for it constantly and harassed relentlessly. Now,
Yeah, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? Like, what do you think is supposed to happen for someone who we already know is a known liar and lied about multiple things surrounding this case and in the case, and most likely while on stand? You want us to not question her? You want us to not say, like, the fuck are you talking about? Is this nigga good? Where was this nigga? Where has this nigga been? Is he just now getting updated to what's going on in the case like yesterday? Is he just being updated about this shit? Is he not privy to what's been going on?
Part of the reason that I'm also talking about this is that this harassment campaign is elevating beyond just comment sections on social media, as recently things began to ramp up with a Republican Congresswoman, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who has devoted a good deal of her Twitter feed to this topic as
you see dumbass
late,
niggas.
and she just kind of started tweeting about it out of the blue, like she has shown no interest in Tory Lanez,
when you see dumbass niggas like this who be over here thinking they smarter and they smarter than the program, they bigger than the program, and they come through spewing bullshit. They come through spewing bullshit, and they think they bigger than the program, and they're gonna tell you like, well, I don't know, what is she doing? Motherfucker, do you even understand what's going on right now? Have you been paying attention? Have you been listening? Where has he been? Besides recording trash ass, reviewing trash ass albums. Reviewing some shit nobody listens to anyway. Nigga, take that shit over there, nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
Republican Congresswoman, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who has devoted a good deal of her Twitter feed to this topic as of late, and she just kind of started tweeting about it out of the blue, like she has shown no interest in Tory Lanez or this topic previous to all of this. Just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this woman cares about this trial that happened a while ago and is talking about how unfair the criminal justice system is and so on and so forth. But like, again, her concern for that only seems to extend as far as Tory Lanez. Like, you're a congresswoman. The criminal justice system has been skewed against people of color for years and years and years now. And all of a sudden, it's like a big issue to you when it's Tory Lanez and it's after he's already been convicted. Anyway, she has been tweeting as of late about new evidence coming to light, and she's going to be dropping new evidence for all to see that's going to exonerate Tory, and it's going to be like crazy. Oh my God, we got to free the guy. It's going to be coming in 36 hours. Watch out, strap up, get ready. Oh my God. Now, 36 hours later, after having tweeted this, the evidence or whatever it is did actually not come out. It took multiple days later, in fact, for it to get to us, and it has arrived in the form of this new website that I guess has been put together by Tory's legal team or just somebody representing him in some form or fashion. 36hourslater.com, which, I mean, at a quick glance of all of this,
this is just a dumb look. He just got one of those faces you can just, smack the fuck out of. You know what I'm saying? Just smack the fuck out of him.
I'm sure if you're stupid, this is all very convincing. Look, they have court sketches, they have photos of Tory and Megan and other people, and they make it look like the photos are taped onto the backdrop. Oh my gosh. Now, if you go on this page, they really try to lay out a whole narrative that honestly is not new. Like, this is the same shit we've been seeing in anti-Megan comment sections over and over and over again, but it's just on a website, referring to the her stepping in glass stuff as if that has not already been explained, because if you actually remember the story, Megan originally told the police that she stepped in glass and was not shot.
Yeah, so you can just pick and choose when Megan is telling the truth and when she's not, huh? So you just know, right? You get to walk around, call niggas stupid and shit, like, oh, you niggas are stupid if you believe this. But you can determine when niggas are telling the truth or not. You know when she's telling the truth or not. You know what part she was truthful about and what part she wasn't. That's what you know.
Because she is afraid of what would happen if the truth came to light. This has already been explained by Megan. This has already been publicly acknowledged. The only people this is convincing to are people who have not been following the narrative up until this point. Another major point to hit on this page is...
Have you been following the narrative up to this point? Because you over here asking why people are attacking Megan Thee Stallion. You're asking why she's receiving backlash and hate, as if it's unwarranted, as if niggas is just doing it out of pure rage and misogyny. Like, what the fuck are you actually talking about, bro? What do you be getting up in here in our spaces talking about? I hate a motherfucker who's just clearly an outsider, who clearly hasn't done work, put in his work and out here with us, and be talking like this. It's not that I feel like all you white motherfuckers should get out or nothing like that, but niggas like this, who clearly don't belong in the space, who almost seemed like they're revolted or disgusted by the culture that they eat so much off of. Nigga, you niggas don't even belong here anyway. You don't belong here anyway, nigga. You over here asking why niggas is mad at Megan Thee Stallion? You so smart, but you can't logically break down why people are coming to the conclusion that they're coming to. On top of that, you're listening to audio of witness saying, placing Tory in the car and placing the gun in a woman's hand while it was firing. But we stupid.
Again, what a lot of Tory Lane's supporters are obsessed with is the idea that at the scene of the crime where the shooting happened, Megan and Kelsey were in an altercation and they were fighting, which, like, honestly, nobody denies that happened.
They literally did. Are you fucking good? What is it? What is this dumbass nigga talking about? Bitch. I hope somebody really sees Anthony Santana and sock his eye out, nigga. He's a stupid ass. This is a stupid ass nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? Is he good? Is he good in the head?
In fact, it's pretty clear that Megan and Kelsey don't really like each other. Kelsey, not too long after the shooting, actually dropped a diss track toward Megan. I also love how in this section of the website, they cite a song from Megan, a few bars from Shots Fired, where she addresses an instance of chain snatching, where the Genius page, they screenshotted these lyrics from, don't corroborate these bars as having anything to do with Kelsey. But either way, it is clear that Megan and Kelsey are like not super close buddies and friends, and that on some level they don't like each other.
And so that doesn't factor into anything for you, right? That doesn't factor into anything for a dumbass nigga like you, right? A clueless motherfucker, a dick sucking nigga like you, huh? None of that factors in. None of that makes you be like, well, why was that left out? Because what he's gonna do is paint the narrative that somehow all of this was mentioned. He's gonna paint that narrative. That's what he just chose to do.
Each other, if it was in fact just simply Kelsey who was the sole shooter in this instance and the only person shooting at Megan, why wouldn't Megan just say Kelsey's the one who did it? Again, they don't seem to like each other. When I don't like somebody and they shoot at me, I wouldn't hold my tongue and be like, no, it was this other person. But let's talk about the real big, like, alleged linchpin of this whole new wave of Megan lied and Megan's guilty allegations. This page and all of the stupid fucking hip hop Twitter accounts that I see
uncritically
posting about this new evidence here, they're really laying everything on this audio from someone who testified at the trial, Mr. Sean Kelly. And I'm seeing posted around this audio of him being questioned a bit, being interviewed by an investigator of some sort. Now, what I find interesting about this audio is that it's quite rambly. The only thing Kelly sounds completely sure of here in this recording is that there was an altercation between the two women who he saw on the scene.
Why can't I make?
This is a dumbass nigga right here. This nigga is a special type of stupid. And you see, we sat here and read through Demore's whole documents, seeing how Desiree Perez gets down. We seen the shit that she does. But you got niggas like here who are in our space, in the culture, who are telling you stupid for thinking or thinking that there's a possibility that there could be something done wrong. Do you see how these characters act? How these characters act together? Do you see how these niggas act? How they go hand in hand with each other? You have all of this stuff done to you, and then you got niggas like Anthony Fantano to call everybody who's watching this shit. Then you got niggas like him to call you stupid for having eyes and ears. See, we watch everything we watch, and then we pull up him because it's just to show you. We see everything that we seen and went through everything that we went through just to show you. Niggas like that is gonna see all of this information, see all of this stuff coming out, and be like, "Oh, you guys are stupid. Only an idiot would believe this." Do you see how these niggas be out here? These niggas is sheep. They not nobody to listen to. They not nobody to follow. They not nobody to get opinions from or critique from. Nothing. They don't stand for shit. Like, nigga, who are you? How did you get here? This is why you gotta stop letting bum ass niggas speak on real shit. Cause we watching. We just went through the whole thing and cross examined both cases. Looked at both lawsuits and how everything was laid out. And he wants you to think that you're fucking crazy. Anthony Fantano wants you to think that you're crazy.
The gun, and the girl shoots it. So the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
He starts to get to the shooting part of the whole thing. He talks about it being dark, having not seen things too clearly. And then when we get to the very end of the recording, where it sounds like he's about to tell us more, maybe vital information, the recording, of course, just cuts off.
But it was dark, and I'm above, so... But then the guy gets out again from the back.
Now, what I find interesting about just hanging so much weight on this audio of this man who was a witness in the trial is that he testified in the trial and had some pretty damning and definitive things to say about the altercation and the whole situation he saw. Kelly testified that he saw an unidentified woman fire the first shot, but that he saw a smaller gentleman fire 4 or 5 subsequent shots in quick succession, causing a woman to fall to the ground bleeding. Also saying, "I want to be clear, I never saw a gun, okay, I just saw flashes," he added. He also testified that it appeared to him that the two men at the scene were trying to kill the shooting victim. Okay, so again, regardless of what Kelsey may have done at the scene on that day, it's pretty clear from this man's testimony that the bulk of shots, according to him, were fired from Tori in the direction of Megan, and it appeared to him that the two men at the scene were trying to kill her. And again, this is the guy whose audio recording here these people are trying to use as being like, oh, this is evidence Tory didn't do it, man. Again, I swear to God, if you're one of these music accounts like posting this stuff without actually looking into it, you are a fucking fraud. You're a loser. In summation, just want to say that I find it crazy and honestly like mind-blowing that this is still going on and that there's seemingly a lot of money and effort going into this ongoing misinformation campaign. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there for now.
And this is who gets to come up here and and tell you that you're fucking stupid for believing in all of this shit. This is the people, this is what I'm saying. If you don't have a Damori, then you got people like this telling you that you're fucking stupid for believing in this shit. It's so far-fetched. It's crazy to believe. But then you see this stuff done in real life. You see it done in real life. So what else are you supposed to think? No, really. What are you supposed to think? That's what I'm saying. You can't sit here and allow people like this to be any part of this culture and to have any real standing in this culture. They come, they take a bite, you know what I'm saying? They leave, they use and abuse it. They disrespect us. We sitting here looking at this shit and witnessing what we're witnessing. And he would rather you think that you just fucking crazy. He'd rather you think that we all a bunch of fools after we read in a real lawsuit how Desiree Perez gets down. We seen it. He ain't gonna talk about the lawyer. He not gonna talk about that. He not gonna talk about fragments going missing. You see, he conveniently left that out. The medical reports conveniently left that out. But you talk about how there's a sticker posted. That's what you do with the medical record. The only comments you have about the medical records is how they make it look like it's posted with a piece of tape. That's all you got out of that? You see how he skips over the suppressed evidence and has nothing to say about, I don't know, any of the things that were actually missing? Why didn't he break down that? Oh, they're just all hanging it up on this one audio. What about the medical reports? Where's the bullet fragments? Where's all of these things? Where is all of this stuff? Because apparently he knows. Apparently it's just okay for him for bullet fragments to go missing, and you're supposed to be proving that I shot this woman beyond a reasonable doubt, and evidence is going missing. Doubt. People are changing their stories. Doubt. What more doubt do you need? Almost everybody who took the stand, you have to question is their testimony was doubtful. So I don't know how this all works and how she, how things got this far, but it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot to continue to get Tory out, because you have people like that who want to come and make you feel like you're crazy, make people feel like they're crazy for seeing what they see with their own eyes. Okay. Now, real quick, we have ran super long, super long, because we just had to get that information out there. But I just have to leave it off with a fuck Anthony Santano. Okay, fuck that man. Yeah, he can eat a dick and do something slow. Pause. But yeah, I ain't gonna go that far yet. But yeah, I mean, we have went a little bit further than we expected. But so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick up on the Diddy stuff in the Diddy review tomorrow. I already talked to my people. I already got my notes together. But it was important that we take as much time on this as needed. Okay, it was very important that we take as much time on this as needed, and so that's what we did. However, we will continue with the Diddy stuff tomorrow. Okay, I'll do my recap, and then tomorrow Sunday, yeah, I'll do my recap, and then by Sunday we'll be prepared to go into day 14 of the trial if it comes back Monday. I gotta double check and make sure it does. But yeah, and so because we've been in here for just about 4 hours, guys. Okay. Okay, all right. So I appreciate everybody who stopped in and is rocking with the Doja Room, rocking with me, and listening to this full and extensive breakdown of Damori's case. It was something that, like I said, it just needed to be done, and I just wanted to play a couple of videos of people having conversations on both sides, because it just kind of paints the picture of that, and a little bit on what's going on personally, you know, with her daughter, and then relating it back to the cases, you know, with DDG and with mainly Tory, who, you know, is actually fighting for his life right now. But like I said, I hope DDG is not facing Desiree Perez anytime soon. Okay, so if I was him, I would be trying to make this as quick and painless as possible, as to, you know, hope she doesn't get involved in whatever you're doing, because the end result is not going to be good for you, bro. She out here cloning phones. She out here doing all type of shit. She probably already cloned this nigga phone. Okay, Desiree Perez already probably got a copy of this nigga's phone. He's over here leaving his shit around in Stream University. Just that, yeah, somebody already got his shit. You know what I'm saying? They tapped your shit already. Okay, pause. But it is what it is. But I appreciate you guys for stepping in with me. It's important that we get this information out, so I would appreciate it if you hit this video with a like, you hit us with a repost. If you have stayed this entire time, or maybe you've been popping in and out, I appreciate you too. Go ahead and hit this video with a like and repost one more time. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit us with a like, hit us with a comment, and make sure you hit that bell notification so that you know every time we post a video, which is damn near every day at this point. But yeah, it's just worth it so that you keep up with everything that we are doing in chronological order, and you don't have to do too much catching up. Okay, so, and if you're watching on other platforms, Twitch, Rumble, I would appreciate it if you hit us with a like as well, and go ahead and tap in with us in the Doja Room. Okay, so once again, I'm your boy Doughboy Diesel, as it always is. To all my stoners, hippies, and hip-hop enthusiasts, this has been quite the episode, but I appreciate you guys for sticking with me. It's just one of those important days that we need. If we're going to get the man on the screen free, it's something that we got to do to paint, you know, and not even to paint a picture, but to fully realize what these men are facing, what these men are up against. Okay, so I'll be the first to say it, I'll be the first to do it, and I'll be the first to put it all on. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown. We'll be back with the Diddy stuff tomorrow. Again, as I said, this has been the Doja Room. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. To all my stoners, hippies, hip-hop enthusiasts, I'm out. Okay, let's roll that intro. Let's roll that outro real quick.
Yeah. Hey, this that special sauce. Spill that drip, I wipe it off. $1 million worth of game. Can't feel that I work too hard. Poetry on these.